Hi everyone. Apologies for the moving of the times for day 8. Had a few busy days, and then there was some stuff going on crime-wise, so I was following those. But here is day 8. I will mute myself as per normal, then you can watch day 8 and catch up, and then obviously we'll catch up with day 9 tomorrow. So let's get straight into day 8.
You're on a mistake calls Travis Beach. Watch your step.
Careful the cords, please.
Mr. Beach, if you can stand it again, just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you, sir. You can make yourself comfortable. Have a seat. There's some water in front of you if you want something.
And Mr. Beach, I'm just going to remind you that it's a big room and all the jurors need to hear you, so please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Beach, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Travis Beach, Travisbeach.
And Mr. Beach, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Concord, New Hampshire.
And how long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life, 39 years.
You're 39 years old?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I work at EB Metals in Bow, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for them?
There's studs, RC. It's construction metal.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of work you've done in your life, in your career?
Carpentry, roofing, tree work, painting. Yeah, that's about it.
Mr. Beach, what was your highest level of education?
I graduated 12th, sir.
You graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
And I want to switch gears just a bit. Back in March of 2020, where were you residing?
Concord State Prison.
Okay. In early March.
I was Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some point in March, you were arrested. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that arrest, do you remember the date of that arrest?
I don't, not off the hand.
Does March 5th sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to March 5th of 2020, where were you living?
I was it was Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm not sure the address.
And that's fine. You were in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
And who did you reside with in Manchester?
Barbara Ewell.
Do you know someone named Brittany Bedard?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Miss Bedard?
She's my ex-girlfriend.
And during that period that we're talking about, early March of 2020, was she your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And how long at that point had you known Miss Bedard?
10 years.
Did she reside with you, with Miss Ewell?
No, sir.
Mr. Beach, do you know an individual named Brendan Middleton?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Middleton?
Through we were working together at Accurate Tree Service.
How long have you known Mr. Middleton?
5 years.
And that's at that point back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe your relationship with him? Were you friends or something else?
I wouldn't say friends. It was more of a co-worker at the time.
Okay. I want to switch gears for just a moment. You mentioned going to state prison
Yes, sir.
on March 5th of 2020. Were you convicted of theft by deception and theft by unlawful taking back in 2019?
That's correct.
Were you also convicted of theft by deception in a 2014 case?
Yes, sir.
How about theft by unlawful taking in a 2016 case?
I believe I was incarcerated at that time.
Okay. Turning to this case, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
Since he was 17 years old.
17. Will you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
recognize the individual depicted in this image?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize this to be?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery you've known since you were 17?
Yes, sir.
And back in early March of 2020, February into March of 2020, had you recently reconnected with Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how did that happen?
I was at the mall in New Hampshire, and I was at the food court, and Adam was there with his girlfriend, and that's how him and I started talking again.
Do you remember his girlfriend's name?
Kayla.
And at some point after that interaction that you had with him at the mall, did he contact you requesting your help with something?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what the nature of that communication was?
He asked me if I could rent him a U-Haul, and I said yes.
And do you recall when he contacted you
For the U-Haul,
for the U-Haul?
later on during the day.
I want to back up for just a moment. Back in March of 2020, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall your Facebook account, the name of your name on that Facebook account was?
Travis Beach.
Did you have,
Or
were you friends with the defendant on that Facebook account?
yes, sir.
And so when he contacted you and asked you to rent him a U-Haul, what did you do?
I didn't hesitate. He's a friend. I wasn't thinking of anything negative. I was at his apartment. I saw everything packed up. I put one and one together, thought it was two, but it wasn't.
Okay. And let me stop you there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Middleton. You said you were at his apartment and you saw things packed up.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where his apartment was?
Union Street, I believe.
And that's here in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you were at his apartment?
2020.
Guys, how are you?
Were you at his apartment with Bridget Bedard, with Miss Bedard that you mentioned?
Yes, sir, I was.
Your Honor, may I first?
Yes.
One to 2:15. Dun, dun.
So, Mr. Bedard, sorry, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you
Send it out the
State's Exhibit 55.
notifications. The second
Do
scene.
you recognize the individual depicted there?
Adam Montgomery's son.
And you mentioned that Miss Beach was with you during that interaction.
Yes, sir.
How are we all
Does this
today,
accurately
guys?
reflect your memory of his son that day that you went to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just read the date at the bottom of that image?
Sunday, March 1st,
Pretty
2020 at 6:02 p.m.
So having that in mind, does that refresh your recollection as to the actual date that you went to the apartment?
What was their
Yes, sir.
call? They had their sentencing earlier. I wasn't sure if they were going to play it or not, and I just happened to switch
Did
on.
you have any discussions with the defendant when you went to that apartment?
We had multiple. Yes, sir.
Specifically with respect to the rental of a U-Haul van.
I'm sorry.
Specific to the rental of a U-Haul van.
Yes,
what
sir.
were those discussions that you had with the defendant?
We did. What were the discussions?
We'll do
What did he say to you?
He asked me to rent him a U-Haul. He needed to move stuff, and that's it.
You wanted to help, it sounds
Yes, sir.
like. Did you help him? Did you in fact help him rent a U-Haul?
Yes.
Not per se myself. I got somebody to rent him a U-Haul. So in aspect, yes, sir.
AD.
Okay. And I want you to walk us through that. You said you got someone to rent him a U-Haul.
Montgomery,
Who is that someone you're
nine,
referring to?
I don't
Brendan Middleton.
say it looks like it's already finished.
And the same Brendan Middleton that at that point you'd known for 5 years?
Yes, sir.
Close to you being near the.
And so this wasn't the same day, this was a separate day.
And also,
Can you walk us
I mean,
through
there is
getting that
no
U-Haul with
update
Brendan Middleton?
as such on Audrey.
I myself didn't have a license at the time.
Just because
So I
they haven't.
asked Brittany
I haven't even seen
to get the Brittany Bedard to
video
get
of
the U-Haul,
her,
and
in
she
and around
couldn't.
the area of
So
that
we had
area.
Brendan Middleton rent the U-Haul because he's the one that had the license at the time.
The search
The
is,
day that you got the U-Haul,
and that's all we
where
know.
were you staying? Where were you sleeping that day?
At the time, at Barbara Yule's house.
At some point during that period, did you go to the Conno Lodge and stay there?
Yes, I did.
How are we
Do you recall
all?
how many nights you stayed there?
One night.
Do you know whose name that room was in?
Don't forget, guys, tap the screen because if you didn't,
Pretty sure it was Brittany Bedard's.
the live doesn't get shared out.
And did the defendant also stay at that hotel with you?
Yes, sir.
Separate
Tapestry.
room or same room?
Separate room. He was on the first floor and I was on the second floor.
So you're staying at this hotel. At what point do you go and get the U-Haul?
It was later on during the night. It was like
Personal jewelry.
it was dark. It was dark out, so 8-ish.
Can you tell the jurors who you went with?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Brendan Middleton,
Okay. And where did you go to get that U-Haul?
the U-Haul place on South Willow Street here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
South Willow Street.
Yes, sir.
Now we both know.
What did you do?
Oh,
after
we
getting
both.
the
I
U-Haul?
feel like I'm talking to me and someone else.
There's a gas station
Well, we
right next to
both know.
the U-Haul
All know,
place.
because
We
there's more
stopped there,
than you.
put gas in it,
But
and then we
yeah,
went back to the Econo Lodge.
we
When you
know
say we went back to the
I'm
Econo
sorry.
Lodge.
Myself, Brittany Bedard, and Brendan Middleton.
Hildebrand and Frankie,
And what did you do when you returned to the Econo Lodge?
kids through hell.
Um,
We read the abuse charges. We don't need to read.
we did drugs at the Econo Lodge.
Then you'll get to hear some of them in the hearing, but you know, it's not something that I kind of like want to throw out there. I just for the respect of the children, really, because everywhere they turn, they're not going to want to see everything that's happened to them
Mr.
online.
Beach, when you say we did drugs, who is the we that you're referring to?
That's just my
Myself,
when it
Brittany Bedard,
because it's kind of like they're
Adam,
yeah,
and Kayla Montgomery.
live,
And what drugs are you referring to?
figuring for them.
Cocaine.
So to see what's,
Yes, sir.
you know, just flicking through, and then after that, Coffee and Crime comes up, and there we are discussing the ins and outs of everything that's in
At some point during that time while you're doing drugs,
Yes, sir.
you provided U-Haul keys.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that interaction. Can you tell the jurors where you were when you gave him the keys and what specifically he told you?
Oh no, I hope you are all right.
Myself
Please.
and Brittany Bedard
Yeah, we're still
gave
catching
the
up. Well,
keys
we're
to
not
Adam
too far
Montgomery, which
away.
was staying at
We're
the
not
Econo
too
Lodge on the
far
first floor.
behind. But it's really
After that, Adam Montgomery and myself went outside to smoke a cigarette. He was pacing back and forth. He said he effed up, and I asked him what he meant, and all he could say and repeat was he effed up. I'm not sure.
And you said he repeated that.
Yes, sir.
How many times did he repeat?
4 or 5 times.
So we are going to
Yes, sir.
start off with
I-
Ruby Frankie,
I fucked up.
Jodie Hildebrand.
Yes, sir.
Minutes, so about 30-ish minutes. Now, of the
Yes, sir.
pair of them, if you don't know,
Did you ask him to clarify?
I did. And
Counsellor,
he did not.
Did he say anything when you asked him to clarify?
Ruby
All he kept saying was that I fucked up.
Well,
Where was Kayla during that conversation?
from what I
Kayla was on the first floor at the Econo Lodge with Brittany.
said in here, but it seems that through jail calls, Hildebrand
I think you said this already, but at that point, when you went out to smoke,
Had it,
you had already given him the U-Haul.
still
Correct.
At any point during your time
Like
at the
there
Econo Lodge, you see the defendant drive the U-Haul.
I did not.
showing remorse, whereas
At some point,
having watched it,
did you go back to your own room with Miss
Frankie,
Bedard?
Yes, sir.
was over
And-
the top, very over the top.
Prior to going back to your own room, had you seen him drive the U-Haul at all?
No, I did not.
Was the sun out when you went back to your own room, or
No, sir. It was still nighttime.
it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
Of the two
And
of them,
do you know what the defendant did with the U-Haul?
Jodie
I don't.
would have had training
Did you attempt to get in touch with him the following day about the U-Haul?
No, sir.
out of the two.
Do you think seeing those your
Yeah.
Facebook messages would refresh your recollection at that point?
So it'll be
Sure.
interesting to see what people think of the sentencing because
May I
obviously,
approach the witness?
mhm. I can't say. Do you know what? When it comes to
So, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification. It's State Exhibit 139.
Yes, sir.
Will you take a look at the second page of this document and just
Harris
look up?
got off very lightly, for what he did. Oh, yeah, you didn't come up in your shoes.
So let me ask you this while you're reviewing. Do you recognize what that is?
Because you,
No, sir.
you ran up them stairs very
so-
quickly. Hey, Laurel.
At the top of the page, does it say something
And
there?
Meta Platform Businesses Record.
Meta platform business record?
I,
Are you familiar with Meta?
No, sir.
distracted by my
All
child.
right, so let's look
Um,
on Does it say what the services?
I just
Facebook.
feel that the
And then
cases
halfway down the page, does it say first and last? name?
get,
First name Travis, middle name is blank, last name
considering
is
what the
Beach.
kids
I
went
wanna talk
through, I
about
have
the
to say
specific
I'm not
records.
impressed. But we'll see. I mean, you guys might listen in and you might be like, well, that's a fair sentencing. I personally am not sucked into to Ruby Frankie's bullshit. I know that there are people that will be, and that's cool because obviously we're all of our own opinions. But me, not so. So let's go with the sentencing for that part
So,
of the
Just
last
ask that you review
first.
page 139, and I'm going to point you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to District Court.
Audio's not great.
We're here
Yeah.
for sentencing in the matter of State of Utah versus Ruby
Would you like me
Frankie.
to read
Ms.
it?
Frankie is here with Mr. Windward, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Shum are here for the State of Utah. And we are ready to proceed with sentencing. We are. Yes, John. Counsel, the terms of the sentence were agreed to as part of the plea agreement, correct? That is correct. There is a pre-sentence investigation report in the matter. I have reviewed that. Everyone has seen it. Yes. What about restitution, counsel, before we move on with other matters?
We'd like to leave that open at this time, Your
So
Honor.
having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection with respect to whether or not you
The-
reached out to the defendant?
I can get into that. I might be more
No,
comfortable.
it's
if we
right. I
approach
don't
it.
remember it, but it states
It's
right
an
there. So yes.
agreement that
And I'm going to hand you what's
restitution,
been marked for identification. States Exhibit
that we
140.
reserve
I'm
that
just going to ask you to.
for what period of time?
8 months is what we're anticipating, but I haven't talked to the defendant's counsel about that. We haven't discussed that, Your Honor.
And
Is there any objection?
Just basic.
So with respect to these messages,
What's the state's
are they
position
fair and
regarding
accurate in
sentencing?
terms of the messages that you've sent to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to strike what's been marked for
Your Honor,
identification.
the state,
States Exhibit 140 and mark full.
the state respectfully requests
Any objection?
that sentence Ms. Frankie to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse.
The idea is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, it may be
Frankie,
published.
her plea agreement, and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. She has made 4 lots of child abuse. From May to August in 2023, Ms. Frankie and her business partner had 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house where the children and the defendants were staying.
So I'm going to put the exhibit that's in front of you, States Exhibit 140, up on the screen behind you. And I'm just going to ask that you look back and take a look at what's on the screen, the TV screen behind you.
For hours at a time.
Other than the little red sticker at the bottom, is that the same
In the extreme summer
image that you have in front of you?
yes, sir. Socks.
And so you can refer to the image in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you identify a few things.
And even days at a time. They were beaten. And the
Starting with the
was
top
regularly
message,
down,
can you
handed
tell
to
us
us
who the sender of that message is? What's the name of the individual? It says next to us,
Physical injury
Travis
from the
Beach.
abuse
and that's you.
required hospitalization when they were found. The injuries from binding to the 12-year-old are.
Can you tell us when that message was sent? It's
In
right below
addition
the
to physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused to the extent that each believed to some
March
degree
4th,
that they deserved what they
2020 at 1947.
Had the order of the children not
And do you see where it says
to
UTC?
run away and ask a neighbor to call the
Yes, sir.
police?
Are you familiar with Coordinated Universal Time, Mr. Beach?
She could
No,
have
sir.
survived in that situation.
Fair to say, though, it's not Eastern Standard Time.
After being caught, Ms. Frankie has shown considerable remorse, as evidenced by agreeing to serve consecutive prison terms and being willing to cooperate.
Can you tell us what you wrote?
Against Ms.
The slide immediately, or the message that says bond.
Given the severity of the abuse.
Bro, what U-Haul did you drop it off at? Because he just got a text saying the van was supposed to be back at 2, so please let me know. WTF is going on.
Lays out factors the court takes into account
And
determining whether consecutive.
After you sent that message, did you immediately send another message? Can you go to the next?
Those factors are the gravity and circumstances of the event,
ASAP.
the number of victims, and the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant.
So if you can refer to the message below,
And is recommended by Idaho
can you tell us who
Probation
the author of that message is?
Sentences are
Facebook.
Okay. And is there a specific number attached to that?
to both victims.
Next to Facebook.
Next to Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that number is? Can you read it?
10000090078885803.
Okay. And you initially said this was your communication with the defendant, Adam Montgomery. Did that used to have a name?
In conclusion,
Oh, okay.
When you made those messages, when you communicated with the defendant, did his Facebook account have a name?
Adams.
Yes,
sir.
What was the name of his Facebook account?
Adam Montgomery.
And that's no longer there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
If you can go to when that message was sent, just below the author.
40 minutes.
Good morning. In my few comments this morning,
And if you can read the date and time of the response.
wishes to make.
3/4/2020, 1947.
Are we asking that the court deviate from the stipulated sentence contained in the written plea agreement?
So if you can go to the next message, which says sent.
Ruby Frankie has become a serious student of her own actions.
You want me to read the number again?
No, not the number, the time where it says sent
She
under
was
the
somewhat
Facebook
defensive,
author.
and she was still very much
So the next line down from that.
into a
000820.
Fortunately,
And what's
The
the name?
audio, unfortunately,
I have it up behind you.
complaining about it.
3/5/2020.
to say that she was horrified by this realization.
And if you can refer to the actual body of the message, can you read that for us?
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
You skipped one message. You can go back to the message before that.
I dropped it off on Willow, my word.
All right, and let's go to the next message. If you can tell us,
The layers upon layers of deceit and deception.
that's also from the defendant.
Forced upon her over the last
Yes, sir.
years by an
And
unscrupulous
what's the time of that message?
Ruby realizes that she still has work to do in shedding those thinking hairs.
000844.
And that again is UTC.
Thinking and behavior.
Yes, sir.
Same date as that
Realizes that
message.
changing her
Correct?
thinking,
Correct.
reestablishing
All right,
relationships,
now let's go to the body of
and
that message.
healing are not
Read that.
simple or easy tasks.
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Doing that work. I would like the court to know that Ruby Frankie is a delightful,
Do
respectful.
you know why the defendant didn't want you messaging stuff to him about a U-Haul rental?
She's open to feedback and the consequences of her actions head on.
And let me back up.
And now
You said earlier you didn't know what he was using this U-Haul
Accept your
for.
judgment.
Did you ask?
No, sir.
Why not?
Thank you. Ms. Frankie has a.
Honestly, I didn't think I had to because I saw all his belongings packed up. And during the day, he said he was having problems with DCYF. So I kind of figured that he was moving.
You don't have.
Were you aware that he just moved into that apartment?
No, sir.
Did you ask Kayla?
Make a statement.
I wasn't allowed to talk
On the
to him.
intent to change
Why weren't
my
you allowed to
stipulated sentence.
I
For
didn't
the
ask.
past 4 years, I've chosen to follow counsel and guidance that has
Mr. Beach, did you
led me to
ever-
adult delusion.
No,
My
sir.
distorted version of reality went largely unchecked as I would isolate from anyone who challenged me. I was led to believe that this world was an evil place, filled with
Good morning,
cause
Mr. Beach.
control.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery.
Government
You
agencies
indicated on direct
were
examination that you reconnected with
and
Adam.
Get out.
I believe you said it was February
West
of 2020.
are friends who
I didn't say February.
protect
Do you know when it was?
children who
Honestly,
need
no.
But it was at the Mall of New Hampshire,
abuse.
Correct.
food court specifically. Fair to say that it was prior to these March events.
For which I stand before you today, ready to take
Yes.
accountability.
And Kayla was with Adam at the food court.
Correct.
Were any kids with Adam and Kayla at the food court?
They're two sons.
Thank you very much.
I never received wages from her or connections. Jody was employed as my son's counselor in 2019, and in 2020 I paid her to be my mentor. It is important to me to demonstrate my remorse and regret without blame. I take full accountability for my choices, and it is my preference that I'll serve a prison sentence. Thank you to the officers in Santa Clara and the Island City Police, Nick Hellman, Brian Palufo, Cy Pickuvit, Mike Pandoyo in Tobler, John Ward, Dee Lewis, and Chief Flowers. You were the angels who came and saved my children. I especially want to thank Detective J. Bate. She plucked me out of a situation I didn't know how to get out of. And the moment she handcuffed me was the moment I gained my freedom. You were not the controlling ones. I was. Thank you to the medical staff at Intermountain Hospital. Your skill, tenderness, and professionalism helped heal my children. Jody and I inflicted the injuries, not at hospital. Thank you to DCFS, the Children's Justice Center, Judge Basil, and other key adults. You've gathered my children under your wing and offered them love, compassion, encouragement. You were not the ones who were doing the brainwashing.
So it says Polk County Sheriff Brian Lyons
Yes.
and the District Attorney Shelley Fitton will provide
Ms. Hilbert, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for
at
the record?
1737 North Washington
Hilbert.
Avenue in
What
Livingstone
town
at
are you
4
living in right now?
p.m. today.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
Almost 8 years.
And where do you live?
Statewide
What street?
Amber Alert
Orange Street.
On Orange Street?
continues.
What do you do for work?
Pretty much the property manager for over there.
Okay. And when you say the property manager, how many buildings do you help manage?
In the case of the 11-year-old girl,
Just for that property, there's 4 buildings on that property. And then there's other properties elsewhere.
An area where
So do you help manage the other properties elsewhere as well as the 4 there?
If the landlord needs help, yes.
How long have you been doing that?
And
5 years.
authorities announced on
5 years.
4 or 5
Tuesday.
years. And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
10th grade.
According to
All right.
the
What are some of the other things that you will do for the landlord to help out for those 4 properties or for properties elsewhere? Can you kind of describe what some of your duties
area
are?
of US 59 and the Trinity.
I will help maintenance clean out apartments if they need it.
Yeah, so that's 10.
When before tenants moving in, I will completely finish cleaning it. I'll meet with new tenants before moving in.
News
Give
guy.
them keys. If anybody needs any help, have any questions, they usually come to me, and I take care of it.
I was say, do they call you, or sometimes they usually even maybe knock on your door since you're right there? Right. Do you know an individual by the name of Dennis Cloutier?
Yes,
Okay. How do you know him?
that is our maintenance man.
Oh,
Big beard.
someone sent this to me this morning.
All right.
Let's just.
How long have you known him?
Because we're here. I was meant to upload it and I never got round to
And
it.
with regards to the properties that you talked about, you take care of, is one of those properties 644 Union
This was
Street?
an interview
Mr. Cloutier, do you know
with
whether he has done work there at 644 Union Street?
Audrey's mum. So
Mike,
this is
approach,
the
please, Your Honor.
words from Audrey's mum. It's not speculation. Well, it is speculation because she's heard something and then she's spoken the words. But to be honest, obviously, when you hear something like that, you kind of feel like obviously there's the locals that know some more than we do. And to be honest, it wouldn't shock me if this was the case. Okay.
Yes,
So I'm going to come and
this is my building that I live in.
I'm going to play it for you.
This is the
You
corner
can
of
have a
Orange
listen. I will
The other
upload it on my
property
I'll put it on my AD investigation
that is my back parking lot.
because I can then just upload it. Whereas if I put it on my normal one, I have to give it extra context, and that's going to take me ages, and we don't have ages. So,
Specifically looking at Exhibit 136,
Um,
can you just look onto the screen for.
so she did an interview.
And you went ahead and said that
Part of it was recorded.
well, could you please point out where 644
by
Union Street
moderator
is?
Nick
It's kind of the
said to
intersection.
me, thank you, Victoria. And so I'm going to play it for you guys. The mods that were in the chat will have heard
So
it.
that's 644. The building that's right on the corner of Orange and Union, is that also one of the ones that you manage? Okay. And what about the building just to the right? If we go west on Orange Street there, yes, is that also one of the properties that you manage? That's your building.
This is Audrey's mother. And
With regards to
around
a person by the name of Adam Montgomery, do you know who that is?
to watch
Who's that?
this president. I'm just gonna say
Could you please point out what was the building that Mr. Montgomery was staying in?
I'm so anxious.
That one there?
Concerning
So
I'd like to switch now to Exhibit 137. I've got that on the screen. I just want to confirm, if you would please, that what you're looking at on the screen matches 137 that's in front of you on the desk. And from this angle, could you please point out where Orange Street and Union Street are again, that same intersection? So the back side of that 644 Union Street, which building is that? Okay, the one looks like a porch built off the back?
Well, we have 3 separate numbers, 640, 642, 644.
Oh, okay. Those units inside those buildings, are they all accessible from the back as well as from the front?
So what
And,
did you see?
that, could you please point out the parking lot that's used by the people who live in that building?
Google He's trying to make himself.
And with regards to your building, is that the building on the far left-hand side of the screen, still on this side of orange? That's the one.
I mean, I wish you would just.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hope. Please feel free to have a seat. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I mean,
With regards to Adam Montgomery, you also know an individual by the name of Kayla Montgomery. How did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
I don't know our first interaction. I remember seeing him here and there. And I feel like it had to do with the kids because I had a child their children's age.
Mhm.
And it just went from there.
With regards to, you said you had a child the same age as their children's age. How many children did they have that you saw?
At that time?
Yes, two. Did your child and their children play together sometimes? And where would they play?
In the parking lot.
The same one that we see here on Exhibit 137?
More parking lot on my side.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the time, Adam Montgomery, what was he doing for work? Do you know?
He was not working at that time that I'm aware of.
Separate from that, did you ever visit him inside his apartment? Where would you interact with him?
In the parking lot, my porch, and he was in my house.
And why was he in your house a couple times?
We were feeding him, Kayla, and the kids.
What time of year was that?
Summertime.
Like a grill out or something? Did he ever say anything to you about having a daughter by the name of Harmony? What did he say about Harmony?
Just that he had a daughter named Harmony and that he hadn't seen her in a couple of years because her mother took her back to Massachusetts.
That's what he told you. And when would this have been that you had this conversation with him? What year?
2020.
2020? Would you have conversations with him also in, let's say, to 2021 as well? With regards to, did he ever say specifically where Harmony was with her mother?
I want to say it was Lowell.
That's your memory? And when he was living next door, I'm sorry, not next door, but he was living in Union Street and you were over on Orange Street, right? So it's not technically next door.
To me, it's next door, but yeah.
Okay. Right. With regards to the residents of Union Street during the time period that he was living there, how would you describe those neighbors? Were they average? Were they quiet? Were they loud?
I didn't see them the first 6 months of them living there.
Oh, and by them you mean?
Adam and Kayla. Oh, is
Okay.
that what we were doing?
Well, yeah. Let me revise the question. That's all right. That's all right. That's on me for not asking a clear question. So you didn't see them for the first 6 months. Let me go with that for a minute. And how would you get into their apartment from this photo that we're looking at here?
That's another way that I felt. I should have never
Yes, if you could.
been scared like I was. I should have never let any of that happen.
Okay. So I see you're kind of pointing to the bottom left of that stair structure on the top right-hand side of the, or top right-hand, let's say, corner of the image.
And emotionally
right?
out of it.
Would you say that's the top right area
When
of
I
that
have been
photo?
talking about Stephen
Top left.
McDougal,
Okay.
when
Top
did
left
he
of the
start
stairs. Okay.
interacting
But
with
overall,
me?
if I looked at the whole photo, would you say it's the top right-hand side of the
So
photo?
I honestly, I thought
With
that it
regards
might
to
have been
the noise, was there ever any noise complaints in those buildings?
6 months. But I
Other tenants.
hardly
From other tenants?
ever
Okay. Did you ever
heard from
receive
him or
one from Adam
anything.
Montgomery?
But when I did, it was
Not
him
that I
sending me
recall.
pictures of my daughter and stuff. And once again, that's why I messed up. I was so desperate to have any type of anything about my daughter.
I'll rephrase the
any
question. Zebra.
pictures,
So,
any-
with
just
regards to
everything that I did tonight
that particular
that I
building, did you ever
played
respond to any
friendly.
sort of noise complaints at that
You
point?
know, I knew
And I
I
mean at
didn't trust him
644
from the
units.
beginning, but I played friendly because I was
And let me ask, with
desperate just
regards to
to see my
Kayla,
daughter.
I'm
just
sorry,
that anything.
Adam
And I
Montgomery,
don't
did he
mean
ever
see
tell you
her
where they were
physically,
living
I mean,
prior to them
just
living
even how
at
that
644
picture-
units?
That's another way that I messed up right there. I should have never.
Stayed with
I don't think in any way did you foresee this happening.
Okay.
I didn't. I just wanted.
What, if anything, did Adam tell you about the location of where he had been living prior to him coming
for a
to
very
be?
long time.
I knew what fit program they were in. And
Literally,
Did he ever say
stay up at
about
night on
any
his
other
phone,
residents he
you
lived
know,
in
thinking
before?
about
Car.
what she could be doing, how she's doing.
I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to Kayla Montgomery.
You know,
Did you have conversations or communicate with her as well?
I couldn't even tell you my daughter's
And I'm not going to go into the substance of what those conversations were, but what were the ways that you would communicate with each other?
sometimes on Facebook Messenger, other times on my porch.
And yet I couldn't.
In April of 2021, at any time, did you take Kayla away
Honestly,
from
being
the
made
Union
of money and having family like they did, and
It was
I
Adam,
have, you know, the
or pretty
the
bad.
feelings that here and there, but I didn't think that I could ever provide
How did she look when you saw her?
the opportunities and stuff for her that they could. and I thought it was wrong of me.
And when you say really bad, can you describe where you saw, or sorry, did you see any injuries?
All of that.
Where did you see
I don't
those
know if I
injuries?
was
Her eyes
I don't know anymore.
Where did you take her?
I feel like everything I did was wrong, because if she would have been in my hair, this would have never happened. Never.
When was the last,
I don't know. I believe you.
did she have anybody with her when you took her to the hotel?
I said about my child.
And the
I don't.
little
Who
girl that
told
just
you
had.
she was in?
Baby?
It was about 6.
Later on, did the Montgomerys, both Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery and their children, move out of that apartment?
And
Yeah, they got evicted.
Were you a part of the
she
cleanup?
had
that was done?
actually
It's not.
And who would have come in to do that cleanup?
my
Dennis.
fiance's mom.
Hey, Nick.
And when a clean out is done of the apartments, when you manage them, the ones that you've seen, what's the sort of work that gets done on
You mean
them?
Hey.
Tabitha? You mean
Just
Tabitha, the
Throw
grandmother?
everything in trash bags, and I specifically put it on the outside porch, and Dennis will come pick it up.
It was weird because
trailer and take it to the
after
dump.
Stephen was,
What about with regards
Have
to
questions.
any of the sort of appliances inside? Are appliances changed?
I didn't understand. I told her that I had messages.
And what's the typical turnaround time for a new renter to come in?
I felt like
It all depends how damaged the apartment is prior.
So where Stephen is,
Sometimes it'll take over a month to fix the damages.
Once the apartment is ready to rent, usually what's the time period between that and when a new tenant would move in?
I'd say
You can hear him in the
So a week to 2 weeks is assuming the apartment's okay, that's the turnover time.
Yeah.
Let me just have a moment, please, Ron.
And that's the first time that I had even heard a phone call in any of it. I mean, but she can clearly say they're in the background. So why did she me?
Okay, Mr. Edwards, thank you very much. Those are all the questions that I have. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
She's hyperventilating and stuff as she's telling me that Audrey's missing, and then all of a sudden it's better. I gotta go, like nothing.
You testified about a conversation with Adam.
It was like a sick joke or something, you know. She was just
Harmony was with her mother, and you thought perhaps Lowell.
9 times out of 10, but everyone knows.
And that conversation came up in the context of him talking about missing her, right? And
Audrey's mum.
sort of asked, well, where is she? And that was his answer.
Every day.
Now, you also talked about
Me too, and then
seeing
in the story, I kidnapped
with
my
black eyes,
and I ran up with her.
and
It was forever.
you're pretty emotional about that,
People
right?
that didn't make sense.
Because you and Kayla had become very good friends.
Sick.
Not just that.
That is
Oh,
just sick.
right, of course.
You dodged a bullet
But one of the
there
reasons
because
was
had
that
you
she was
met
quite
him
dear
to
to
see
you.
your daughter,
And
Well,
over the course of the time that she moved in,
just from what I'm reading,
you didn't
it's-
really meet him for about 6 months, but then when you met him, you and Kayla became good friends.
And the reason that I
Slowly,
asked
but yes.
to see in the
And,
messages, and the reason I
during
posted
that-
the messages, I asked
after
his daughters
Kayla was
to be nothing
arrested,
but Christmas here. To be honest,
you
upfront about
contacted
everything,
her
I
in
didn't
jail,
care about the reaction. I
and
needed
you
people to
remained
know
good
that I
friends
had
with her.
nothing to hide. It is
For
what
about a
it
month,
is.
yeah.
Okay.
And I have my
Thank
reasoning
you.
for doing it. Now, not everybody might understand the reasoning, but if you know the family and you know the situation, it makes perfect sense, because it is the only way that they would have dropped everything to come get her on the spot. They wanted to keep her from me so bad. You know, and at this point, I think I'm tired of just, I've been crying my eyes were just rivers. I've probably drowned in my fiance and myself several times now, and I'm just mad. I'm mad at this point. I'm frustrated and furious at everything that's come to light, and I just want my baby back. I feel like they have denied me enough. I want my child back, and she doesn't necessarily even have to come home to my home at first, if that's what they don't feel is right.
Please remain standing.
So
Make sure your phone is.
at the very beginning of that,
Thank you, Your Honor.
we were listening to sentence and I've
Raise your right
paused
hand.
it because
You
we've got an
solemnly swear that
update.
the testimony that you will
from
give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help
the
you God.
area that
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
has been declared a crime scene, and
So, Ms. Karen, as we're being recorded here today, would you please
so-
go ahead and state your full name? Oh, I apologize. Then I'll leave some photos.
so at the very beginning of that, she says, I thought that Audrey was in a loving environment, caring environment, and you know, it would have been wrong of
Is it off
me
or in
to
mute?
pull her out of that. And then in the next
I
mouthful,
thought I had it off.
turned around and said, well,
Well, we will try to make our testimony quick,
His
but we do
mum's
need to
off
have
her
it in
face
mute,
on
please.
medication, doesn't know what bloody day of the week it is, and then yesterday, or whenever it was, what she
All right, thank you, Ms.
posted,
Karen. That's okay.
she was posting.
If you would please go ahead,
that he's
since we're being
having
recorded here
all
today, would you
sorts of
please
weird
state your full name,
friends
spell both your
in and
first
out.
and your last name for the record?
In and around Audley. So which is it? Is it a caring, loving home, or is it a home that's not
And Ms.
a
Karen, are
caring,
you a New
loving
Hampshire
home
resident?
and not safe?
How long have
As
you been living in
there
state?
are men coming in and out of there, and the grandmother doesn't know whether
13
it's
years.
Tuesday or Friday, and she's off ahead on
All the jurors need to be able to-
medication.
Ms. Karen, let me ask you, you said you've been living here about 13 years?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to that, what city do you currently reside in?
Thanks, love. If you're gonna
And how long have you been living in
when you
Manchester?
do these
About a year.
interviews, okay,
How far did you go in school?
I'm still in
now
school.
there's
Okay, what are you studying?
probably
Psychology.
Okay,
an
and where are you studying
element of
psychology?
she feels guilty, and she knew it wasn't the best place,
And
and
how much
she
longer
had
do you
her
have to go in your
reasons as to
program?
why she didn't fight for custody,
And let me
because
ask you,
she
what
felt
sort of work have
that
you had
she
up
would
until
be
this
in
point?
danger if she did so.
I've worked as a debt collector. I've worked in
And that's it. That's where it should just be left. That's how it was.
All right.
In
You
her
said
eyes.
you've worked in
And
drug and
that's
alcohol
why she
rehab.
did
So
it.
I'd like to ask, did you ever
But
work
don't turn
at
around
a
and try
location
and
in a
butter it up and
rehab
say,
center called
well, I
Granite
thought
State
she was in a
Recovery back
loving
in
home,
May
and
of
da,
2021?
and then in the next
And what were your
mouthful, you've
job
got to
duties there?
remember what
I
you're
was
saying. And if you're telling people that she's in a loving home, and you thought she was safe, and then in like yesterday you were saying, well, he had Stephen living there,
Okay.
and this other guy coming in and out.
Did you ever meet,
Mum's off her
and separate from
face.
that, I'd
It
like to
doesn't
ask, did
make
you ever meet an
sense.
individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did.
All right. And I'd like to go ahead
And
and
that's
show
why
you.
when I said yesterday, don't get involved with the family, because you can't be on the fence. Now I can sit here and I can say what I've just heard and what I heard yesterday, and I can put it in the room and put it back together and just say, hey, something doesn't make sense with what you're saying. Now it's probably not even anything.
By the name of Shane
There's
Perkins.
probably
And
an
how do you know
element
Shane
of
Perkins?
guilt there, but it also shows me as well that there
Was that
is
back during this same time period of
that
2021?
bitter custody
Right when I met.
thing going on with them.
At the
And
time,
therefore,
where was Shane living?
they are
at
going to
one of
give
the
their own perspectives.
facilities.
But the thing
Okay.
is, if
And
you're
with
going
regards
to
to
teach people,
Adam
you've
Montgomery,
got
do you
to
know where he was living
remember
back then?
what you're
Yeah,
telling
the same
people,
house.
because
Same
you
house?
can't announce that one
And where was that house? What
people,
city?
Auburn Street. I think it was.
you didn't do
241 Auburn
anything
Street.
because
Oh,
you
right here in
thought it was
Manchester.
the right place
Right.
for her.
Did you ever have a
The next
conversation
minute you-
with the
it's
defendant,
not the
or
right
generally,
place
did you ever
for her,
talk with
because
Adam Montgomery about children,
of
his
reasons
children?
that you knew about when you announced that you thought it was a safe and
How many children
loving
did he
place.
say that he had?
Okay, that doesn't make sense.
So for the most part, I
And
only
every
knew of
word
the
that
two
you
boys.
say
At one point, he
will
mentioned
get
having one other daughter,
scrutinized
but
by
it was-
people
it
will
was
hear
very
stuff.
quickly and
And I don't even
Say
scrutinize
very quickly and brushed
a lot of
off.
things
What do you mean by brushed off?
in that way.
kind of
I just
change the subject
hear
just
things, and then something
Do
then
you
they'll
remember
say
having a
something else,
specific
and then I'll
conversation
remember
with
what they
him
said.
about his daughter?
Yes, see,
And by this, I guess I want to
we
ask,
have
first of
enough.
all, do you remember where this conversation
I'll
was, where
hold
it
it
took
in
place?
here until I
Actually,
need
it
it,
was
and
right
I'll remember
at
it when the
corner of Union
moment is
Street and
right.
Auburn Street.
That's
Okay.
me. So I don't need to sit there and
All
trawl
right. And
for
who were you with when you were
conversations and
outside?
listen to things
Originally, I
that
was
you
just
said.
sitting by
I
myself.
clearly
waiting for
remember
Adam.
what she said yesterday,
And
and I
waiting for
clearly
Adam?
recall what
Okay.
she's just said.
And did he join you?
They do not
And
match
at some point, were
up.
you
I'm
waiting for
sorry.
anybody else while the two of you were
If
there?
child's grandmother is off
Not
her
really.
face and she doesn't know what day of the week it is,
That was a little.
and the dad is off working on a boat,
So
and you've got
Shane
this
had been
weird
having a really
man
bad
living
day,
there,
and he
but
was
all
sleeping,
other
and
men
I
come
was
in and
messaging
out. I
back and
think
forth with
there's a
Adam,
problem, and
waiting
that's
for him
not
to come
safe
out, so I gave
environment.
him some
And
flowers and a card that I had given. So that way
I
that when
think
Shane
you
woke
might
up,
have been
he would
telling
have it
yourself
there.
that, or
Okay.
just saying it.
And
You
when you
need
were
to
talking with Adam,
kind of
had you already dropped those
that
things
you
off?
left
Had
her
you already
there.
handed those to go
Because
into Shane?
Not quite. He
ultimately,
was sitting
if
with
that
me.
was
Like,
my
it
kid,
was kinda-
my
actually,
kid
it
would
sounded
have
like
not
for
have stayed there.
an
I
hour
do
and a
not
half.
care about
Okay.
no
And
custody.
during
I
that
don't care what
conversation, did you talk
danger
specifically
I
with him
felt
about
I was
a daughter
in.
by the name of Harmony?
If I
He never,
thought that there was men coming in
specified
and out
the
of
name.
my
He
ex's property,
had mentioned that
and the
he
mother,
had
my
two
grandmother,
boys
the
and a
grandmother wasn't
daughter,
looking
but
after
he had dropped
them
the daughter off
because
at
she couldn't
a
fucking
mother's
look
in
after
Mass
herself.
somewhere,
There
and
ain't no
just kind of
way.
change the subject as fast as possible.
You said, I
Just
want to make
no
sure I got that
way.
right. You said that
But
he
that's
told you that he
in
dropped off his
hindsight,
daughter
because
at
I
her
can
mother's
say
in
it.
Mass, but and
When
that
you're
being
in that
Massachusetts.
situation,
Massachusetts, yeah.
fuck knows
And
what
then you
goes
said he
behind
quickly
them
what?
doors, and who knows
Brushed
what
off
they've
the
said and what
I'm
they've
not
been
sure
threatened
exactly how
with.
it happened, but the conversation
But
switched very
obviously,
rapidly.
we don't have guns here, so we don't have that issue either.
Just have a moment. You're on.
So it's not like I've got the threat of someone coming in and blowing my brains out. But in the US, there's probably that element. No, we haven't yet. And if it was a genuine,
Let me
oh,
just
do
ask
you
you,
know
Ms. Karen,
what?
when was the last time that you
Grandmother
talked
loves
with Adam
her,
Montgomery?
looking after
Okay,
her
just
while
looking at my
he's at
messages.
work, and obviously he's working hard on providing for her, and
I think it was
you know the
like
home is a
March
safe
of
environment,
21.
and there isn't a weird dude
So it's been a
in the
couple of
back there with the swastika sticker on his tattoo on his thing,
Thank you, Ms. Karen. I don't have
and
any
he
further
hasn't got
questions
a
for you.
rap
Defense
sheet
counsel,
as long as my arm, because anyone can find that out, and they have found that out. Then that, obviously, if that's where you feel she's best, then yeah, that's great. But don't say that's where you felt she was best, but then absolutely rip it apart and say, well, they were the worst people on the planet because this, and this, because we can all see they were the worst people on the planet and that it wasn't a safe environment. So yeah, just know if you say something that doesn't correlate, I will pick it up. And I don't even have to be clever about it, I'll just pick it up. Anyway, let's continue with the sentencing. Obviously, we will go to the presser when we get the press conference. Like I said, it's not looking good because the area is now being treated as a crime scene. She said that she had been talking to him, and that it wasn't all the time, and it was only in reference to him sending pictures of Audrey to her, and out of sheer desperation for any form of update and contact, she spoke to him. And I get it. Doesn't mean that they were bonking each other. I know that's the rumour on the street. But that doesn't mean that they were having a relationship or anything, because nothing else that I've seen correlates to that whatsoever. And I can understand if she wants photographs and updates, and he's the only person, he's willing to give them to her on a plate. But yeah, nothing makes sense. But like I said, the area is now a crime scene, so it's not good news, guys. I'm telling you, it is not going to be good.
Thank you to my Bishop Tom Hawks and my state president Jim Nelson for reminding me of the Lord's love for the lost. So much pain and suffering would have been avoided had I followed and heeded your counsel. I was the one who was deceived, not you. Thank you to the Washington County Prosecutor's Office, Ryan Shaw, the legal assistants and discovery clerks. Eric Clark, you exemplified to me how justice and mercy are meant to coexist. My charges are just. They offer safety to my family, accountability to the public, and they did show mercy to me. Thank you to my attorney, Lamar Winward, and his staff. I would not be where I am today without them. Thank you to Randy Kester for your limitless energy in healing my family. My dear friends, Pam and Roy, I'm so sorry for letting you down. Because of your association with me, your innocence was called into question. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, Kevin's family, my cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and neighbors.
I know.
You all saw the warning signs long before I did, and you did what you could. You wanted to help, but I pushed you away. My mother and father, I have been utterly wretched to you. You have offered me unconditional love, and for that I have offered you unconditional contempt. My siblings and their spouses, because of my decision to roll around in a pigsty, I have dragged your families through the mud in public. Yet, when I desired to return as a prodigal sister, unlike the prodigal's brother in the Bible, you seemed stuck with my parents and ran out to greet me. Your capacity to love is unprecedented. Kevin, my husband of more than 23 years, you are the love of my life. I'm so sorry to leave it to you to finish what we both started together. The ending of that marriage is a tragedy. and when I wrapped around my heart, and that I'll never be able to undo. To my babies, my 6 little chicks, they were a part of me. I was the mama duck who was consistently running me to safety. I can see now. Over the past 4 years, I was in a deep undercurrent that led us to danger. I remember when she took darkness knowingly. I was so disoriented, but I believed dark was light and right was wrong. I would do anything in this world for you. My willingness to sacrifice all feelings masterfully manipulated into something very ugly. I took from her all that was soft and safe and good. I took from her a mother. How terrifying this must have been for you. And I still crying. Her hurting to your souls. You're so precious to me. I'm sorry. My choice to live in fear of the world has created a great vulnerability and a blind spot for me, where I have broken hearts and I've caused people to suffer, and I have betrayed sacred trust. Watching my community respond to my charges with justice and mercy and grace and love, there's all the more evidence to it how wrong I've been. This world is full of really good people. I'm sorry for twisting God's word and asserting his doctrines. My greatest desire is to stand in his court someday spotless and confident. Judge Walton, I know that standing before you today is a necessary step towards that end. Thank you to you and your staff for facilitating my opportunity to take accountability and to answer for my charges. I am humbled and willing to serve a prison sentence as long as it takes to continue unraveling all of the misinformation I have believed and thought, swallowed and acted out, and for my family to heal and for the community to heal. And I understand this is going to take time. I'm committed to continuing my learning until all of my toxic layers are shed, and I am ready to re-enter as a contributing member of our beautiful society. Thank you, Judge Walton.
Thank you for your statement, Ms. Frankie. Anything else, Mr. Winward?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else prior to the court imposing sentence?
No, Your Honor.
The sentence will be that Ms. Frankie serve 4 counts, 4 1 to 15-year sentences based on her convictions for 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Again, they will be served consecutively pursuant to the parties' agreement and the applicable statute. Under the applicable statute, the court finds that that consecutive sentences are appropriate. Ms. Frankie, the last thing I do need to tell you is that you have only 30 days to file or to perfect an appeal of any errors of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that within 30 days, you will lose your right to appeal. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney on appeal and to have one appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own. Restitution, as agreed by the parties, will remain open for a period of 8 months. Any of the parties can bring that matter back before the court within that period of time. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next matter before the court is State of Utah versus Hildebrandt, case 231501763.
I wonder if they're friends in jail.
Mr. Terry is here representing Ms. Hildebrand. Mr. Shum and Mr. Clark are here representing the state.
You're already anticipating 10:30. I'm not saying that we need to wait till then, but can I have a moment, please?
Approachable.
They've made it a crime scene. So it's highly likely they just haven't told us that yet. So
Court recalls the matter of State of Utah versus Hildebrand, case 231501763. Counsel are present. Ms. Hildebrand is present. Counsel, there is a pre-sentence investigation report. I have read it. Everyone has seen and reviewed that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, the sentence was stipulated at the time of the plea agreement. What record do we need to make other than going forward with sentencing?
Your Honor, it would be repetitive. I had the same statement just with the last few paragraphs where I was differentiating between Ms. Frank and Ms. Hildebrand.
Okay, let's talk about housekeeping matters first. What about restitution?
We've stipulated to keep that open for 8 months.
It is appropriate, Your Honor, since we don't have any evidence with respect to restitution, and that's because it is still in the process of being gathered by the county attorney's office. It's completely appropriate for the court to make no orders with respect to restitution other than to reserve all issues regarding restitution, and we have no issue with the eight-month time frame.
And the injunction that was previously issued by the court will remain in effect.
It will.
At least until that time.
It will remain in effect until further order of this court.
All right. Mr. Clark.
Thanks, Your Honor. The state of Utah respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Hildebrand to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse to which she has pleaded guilty. The sentence was agreed to her in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. Ms. Hildebrand committed awful acts of child abuse. From May to August 2023, she and her business partner held 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting in her house in Ivan City. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house. They were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and doing wall sits or sitting against a wall without assistance of a chair or stool for hours at a time. They were forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, often without shoes or socks. They were also forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July. Both children had extensive physical injuries from the abuse that required hospitalization to treat. The injuries from the binding are particularly bad. In addition to the physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused. They each believed to some degree that they deserved what was being done to them. Had the older of the 2 children not had the courage to run away and ask a neighbor to call the police, heaven only knows how much longer he could have survived. After being caught, Ms. Hildebrand has shown little to no remorse for her actions. In telephone conversations that will be provided in full to the Board of Pardons and Parole, and which she knew to be recorded, she's repeatedly claimed that she is the victim and the children are the perpetrators. She has gone so far as to say that the things said in this proceeding and covered by the media today will be full of lies. The combination of 3 factors make Ms. Hildebrand a significant threat to the community. First, the severity of the abuse she caused to be inflicted on young children. Second, her attitude that everything she did was justified and that she is being wrongfully imprisoned. And third, her training as a therapist and aptitude for using online resources to convince others to follow her guidance. Utah Code Section 76-3401 lays out 3 factors the court should consider in determining whether to impose concurrent or consecutive sentences. The first is the gravity and circumstances of the offense. The second is the number of victims, and the third is the history, character, and rehabilitative need of the defendant. As agreed to in the plea agreement and as recommended by adult probation and parole, consecutive sentences are appropriate here. This is due to the severity of the abuse to the two victims and the extreme need for Ms. Hildebrandt to be rehabilitated so that she no longer will present a risk to the community. The state respectfully requests that she be sentenced to 4 consecutive terms.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Terry?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be brief. As is always the case in cases that come before courts, there are two sides to every case. And and even in a case like this, that remains the case. There are many allegations regarding these two individuals, Ms. Frankie and my client, Ms. Hildebrandt. The only facts in this case that are adjudicated facts are those set forth in the plea agreement that she entered into freely and knowingly and voluntarily. Those facts, those adjudicated facts, are significant. They certainly provide a basis for the pleas and provide a basis for the stipulated sentence in this case. My experience with Ms. Hildebrandt is that she is not the person that she has been portrayed to be. But having said that, she has accepted responsibility in this case. She has entered into this plea agreement with a stipulated sentence of 4 consecutive sentences. She did that at the time she entered into the plea agreement, knowing that that would be the court's order. She's before the court today, knowing that that will be the court's order, and she fully accepts that. She accepts responsibility, and she accepts the consequences for her conduct. And we will submit it to the court on the stipulated agreement.
Mr. Terry, you suggested that there are two sides to every case. I generally agree with you. Ms. Hildebrandt didn't make a statement to AP&P in the course of the pre-sentence investigation report.
Correct.
Why did she not make a statement?
She wanted to reserve her right to make a statement before the court today, and she has a brief statement that she wants to read, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
all right. Ms. Hildebrandt? Go ahead.
I sincerely love these children. I desire them to heal physically and emotionally. One of the reasons I did not go to trial is that I did not want them to emotionally relive the experience which would have been detrimental to them. My hope and prayer is that they will heal and move forward to have beautiful lives. I am willing to submit to what the state feels would be an appropriate amount of time served to make retribution as an outcome.
And in answer to your question, Your Honor, I knew that whatever she might say to the author of the pre-sentence report would probably sound hollow and self-serving, and perhaps it does today. But I know that my client, in the statement that she makes to the court today, that statement is absolutely sincere.
Does Hildebrandt recognize that it's her behavior that caused the harm to the children that she's referred to in her statement?
Your Honor, she recognizes that she was, along with Miss Frankie, that she made decisions with respect to the discipline of those children that were wrong, that caused harm to those children. She fully recognizes that and accepts responsibility for that.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Hildebrandt, this circumstance is tragic. It's largely, of course, of your making. By any measure, your conduct in this case was disastrous for these children. Adults are supposed to protect children. Adults with specialized training in particular are supposed to protect children. You didn't do that in this case. In this case, you terrorized children, and the results have been tragic. It's what happened to these children, and your philosophy in dealing with them, frankly, seems detached from reality or any objective standard of decency or even common sense. And the court finds that it is appropriate that you serve a prison sentence. The court finds under the statute, Utah Code 76-3-401, that given the gravity and circumstances of the offenses, the number of victims, and the history and character and needs of the defendant, that consecutive sentences are appropriate. The court imposes 4 1 to 15-year sentences to be again served consecutively for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. The last thing I do need to tell you is that you only have 30 days to file or perfect an appeal of any error of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that, you will lose your right to appeal. That has to be filed in writing and again within 30 days. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney and to have an attorney appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own.
Okay, so we can make the assumption that she's been found from what's been written. The area that they're searching is a crime scene, but they haven't done the press conference yet. The press conference is coming, and we will be listening to the press conference. So I'm going to say right now, I don't think that this is the news that we want to hear, but we can't 100% say that that is what they are going to say. So I say that with caution. We can make an assumption, but we have to wait to the press conference. So I have got Grizzy on in the background, and it has not yet started. It said 3 o'clock, or they said 3 o'clock, and then on the police thing it says 4 o'clock.
He has the device. They've had it for a few minutes.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be in here so that if the witness comes up and is in, some of you anyway, so that I can.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, John.
Well, I don't know about you, but
Nothing's coming up immediately on my page.
Counsel, just for a minute.
Hey, what's up with the Hood News peeps? It's your girl Grizzy live here with the Hood News. We're here over Trinity River. Oh my gosh, my hands are shaking. I know everybody's very anxious. Look, I'm gonna head out. This has been established as some kind of scene of interest, you guys. I'm gonna go where media is going right now, and just wanted to touch base with everyone. Trinity River, that's where a lot of media is set up, and we're heading out to a press conference, you guys. So stay tuned. I'm going to be going live out there. But yeah, we're here on the Trinity River Bridge. Lots of people parked off to the sides. See if I can get, hold on, friends. What's up with it, Hoodies peeps? We are out here, folks. We are out here, and yeah, I'm gonna head out to the DPS conference. But yeah, there's a perimeter that's been set up on the other side. This is the Trinity Garden River. Just wanting to share with you guys. After the press conference, I'm gonna come right back here, and we'll be out here, friends. This is in regards to Audrey Cunningham. Keep baby girl in your prayers, man. We don't know what's going on exactly, but we're gonna find out shortly. Press conference coming up. Now there's debate about whether it's at 3 or 4. I'm just gonna get out there right now. I'm letting you guys know right now. There's no activity too much on this side. Hey, how are you doing, sir? I didn't even catch the ride. I came straight over here, man. My car, man. Oh shit. Hold on,
me. Hey, Macy.
All right, man. Here we go, y'all. I don't know what's going on, you guys. Hold on, I just saw a bunch of camera guys. Damn.
Oh,
What is going on out here, y'all? And then I gotta hurry up and get to the thing because we don't have clear understanding whether this is at 3 or 4. This press conference, so I gotta get that to y'all too. Oh my God. I don't know what's going on, you guys. Damn. Helicopters are flying over. And I'm gonna head back out, friends. I'll be right back. Are y'all going to the press conference? Okay. Do you know 3 or 4? Okay. All right, cool. Sorry, y'all. Oh my goodness. So they got red perimeter tape. I don't know what's going on, you guys. I'm gonna zoom in. I'm so sick to my stomach, you guys. We don't know what's been found. We don't know anything.
She's boots on the ground.
Don't let nobody say nothing different. Hey, what's up, man? I know who you are. It's Grizzy. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again. Are you going to a press conference? Is that 4? Okay, cool. Yeah, same. Once again, you guys, we don't want to speculate. We don't know what exactly they found out here. Hey, what's up, friends? How y'all doing? Hey, what's up, friends? How y'all doing? Okay. Man, this is so sad, you guys. Man, I know you guys are. This is in regards to Audrey Cunningham. Look, they got DPS. It looks like DPS. I don't know what these vehicles are. There's red perimeter tape. Oh, Jesus, friends. It's so scary. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Please, Lord. Oh, my God. Can you guys still hear me? Please do not call me on Facebook. Do not call me, man.
Facebook.
I don't know. We don't know what this means, you guys. Nobody's been given any information.
I'd love to know who's confirmed it because
I left my car running and everything.
The press are on the other side. I can see the river and I can see the taking off.
Whatever this is, this has been a place that's been established.
The press are completely on the other side of the river.
Been established. We can say those things, but we don't know what exactly has gone down or what exactly is happening. Are you guys still there? Yeah, thank you guys. Please do not call me. Refrain from communicating with me. Please. My God. I drove here so fast, you guys, man. I didn't even catch a ride. I came straight over here from the studio in my car. I just came straight out here. You guys know, like, we're fully invested in this. We love Audrey, and this little girl has won over our hearts, and we just want her to be safe, man. It's scary.
Clear the courtroom for a moment. I'm going to ask everyone to go out so I can make the inquiry. I will ask for the cameras to be turned off.
You can see the tape there. So the police are there, and all the press at this side of the river.
A lady just came with her little children. I don't think she should be bringing her kids out here, but you know what? It's not my business. Yeah, friends.
I want no audio or video on right now.
I don't know, you guys. We don't know. We don't know anything. Some sort of discovery was made here. We don't know what it is. We don't know.
It is very, very heavy, isn't it?
Hey, friend.
Very loud. It's because we had the court thing on, and it was very, very, very loud. So very loud. I'm just going to change the picture. I don't think anyone's going to concentrate on Harmony's case, are they? Yeah, I did.
You know what?
I haven't really covered it that much because they're looking for his body.
Oh man. What are you doing? What is in his hand?
News Nation, crime scene set up.
Oh my God. Look, friends, I'm gonna y'all come with me. Come with me real quick, because I can't leave my car the way I left it. Hold on. Oh my God.
I'm not seeing.
Now I gotta run back across the. Thank you, friend. Let me. I gotta run back across the freeway, y'all. I did something I ain't never done.
Hey,
before.
Valerie.
Oh my God, I wasn't even thinking right. See what the scene is looking like out here. I'm gonna go park my car.
Trouble is, people are seeing, like, they'll see something and then they'll run with it and they'll say it's verified, and I'm not seeing anything. I've seen a lot of people saying.
All right.
Let me just. See, unless the police confirm it, like, to me, it's speculation. I'm going to play Fox News in a minute. They may be speculating on it, but as far as I know, no one else knows that this is fact. Hence the point of the press conference.
Right. I think that's a conflict of interest, and that's why, as an organization, we have supported both Republicans and Democrats and independents. Yeah. Because it's an arts, it's morning. He's racist, is found, and let justice fall with that.
There's a reason we have the death penalty in the state.
That's right.
Right.
Amazing men that they were, young men that they were. They always just had a positive attitude, and they're willing to help and do anything for anybody. But they just lifted up everybody else around them, and they're just a joy to work with. And it doesn't surprise me because that's the people that are out there protecting us. As unique and special as these gentlemen are,
I can see 3 old men sat there yarning.
They do this because it is their calling. They love helping people and protecting people. And when one of them, or more in this case, go down, it makes it even a heavier loss because they're out there they're trying to do the right thing. And they're just special men. We're going to remember them forever. We won't let them, their memory fade.
Well said.
You mentioned they're young men. These 2 police officers, I want to say again, just 27 years old, really just starting their lives. And Sheriff Lico, I know this is going to be a heavy, heavy time for all law enforcement in the area and especially in Dakota County. Can you tell me how, especially with your experience, 27 years, as you said, in the field, how do you help your officers and help them to go out there every day following this?
It was important for us to take up some additional matters. We're now ready to resume testimony. Attorney Ugadi, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Giles, would you please stand? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
They've had historic,
Giles, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
Nicole Marie
Why
Giles,
did that freeze?
N-I-C-O-L-E-G-I-L-E-S.
And Ms. Giles, how far did you go in school?
11th grade.
11th grade. I know that you've got some difficulties with regards to being here today. I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone here in the courthouse for being able to testify for us.
Why is that doing that?
I'd like to ask, at one point in January to July of 2020, were you living at 177 Lake Avenue, the Families in Transition or FIT shelter in Manchester? And what was your room number that you were staying in?
Nobody's drink.
8. Okay. While you were there, did you meet any individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
And where was Adam Montgomery living in the building when you were there?
They're just talking,
One.
Room 1. And who was he living with?
Kayla, Declan, and Seamus.
And Declan and Seamus, were those his children?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know where he was working at the time? Did he ever tell you where he was
I
working?
want to know who's going to.
Where did he say he was working?
Portland Pie.
Did you ever visit him down there?
Yes.
The rooms in your room, room 8, and their room, room 1, could you describe those rooms for the jury who may not have seen them? What do those rooms look like?
They're like bunk beds. I know it's more or less like a hotel room, but you just have 2 bunk beds in there. You have your own bathroom.
Not new, then one wanted to visit.
Shared living space.
Decide again.
Are you allowed to change the furniture while you're living there?
They ask you not to.
And what about the orientation of the furniture, where it is in the room?
You have one bed on one side of the room, one bed on the other side of the room. There's a door in
the signal's good.
Then you have a window that has bars on it, so kids don't fall.
So, okay.
I disagree. The signal is not good.
Okay. How often did you talk with Adam Montgomery or
Sí,
Caleb?
estamos aquí por el caso de la niña que se
Daily?
llama Audrey Cunningham.
During your time together, while you were staying in room 8 and they were staying in room 1, did you ever see Caleb Montgomery with bruises?
Yeah,
Where were the bruises that you saw?
one.
15.
Much all over her face, her abdomen,
Because
arms, her legs.
Already.
Did you ever ask Caleb about those bruises? Where did she say what did she say caused them?
Objection per se.
You can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yesterday, hers went off.
Some news here at 7 o'clock. Our top story at this hour is out of Polk County, where the search for 11 What else? Thank you for watching.
Well, they're getting rid of them old fellas now. Because those old fellas were. Let me just turn this around because I'll be back on the screen. Ah! Yeah, the candles are cool.
Developing out of Polk County, new details about the person of interest in the disappearance of 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham last week. Fox 26's Shelby Rose is at the Polk County Jail.
Why is that frozen? It's showing me that it's live, but it's not actually showing anything.
Audrey Cunningham was last seen Thursday morning on her way to school in Livingston, which is about 60 miles northeast of Houston.
In about 40 minutes ish.
Now, 42-year-old Don McDougal has been named a person of interest in her disappearance. He was arrested Friday night, but that was on an unrelated charge. News Nation's Stephanie Haynes is live in Livingston. Stephanie, you just got an update from authorities about the search.
Yeah, Nicole, I can tell you just a few moments ago, we were setting up not too far from this area. This is the Trinity River and this overpass where law enforcement has been camped out for days. And we were told very abruptly to move back. This is now considered a crime scene. And now we've seen crime scene tape go up all around this overpass, around this boat launch on the Trinity River. And just to give you a little bit of perspective of the geography of all of this case, this location is about 10 miles away from where Audrey lives and where she was last seen. And it's miles away down the river from where that backpack that authorities believe was hers was found just a few days ago. So as this is all happening, this is rapid developments. I called a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Service.
Please don't tell me that's Bullhorn Betty.
This is considered a crime scene. Wouldn't confirm any further details beyond that. So at this point, we know McDougal is still a person of interest, and this is still an investigation into finding Audrey Cunningham at this point. But I can tell you right now, just from being on the ground, things are developing rapidly as they are putting up crime scene tape, telling the media to back up, and really just searching around this river area. Now back to McDougal, we've been learning a lot more about him over the past few days. We know that he was the last person to see.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. I apologize for the interruption. I'd like to ask you, could you describe what you saw in Kayla? You said there were bruises in different parts of her body. Could you describe what you saw? What color were the bruises?
Sometimes purple, sometimes yellow.
Anything beyond that. And over the past 24 hours, law enforcement has really...
And what were the size of those bruises that you saw?
Some were small, like handprints, fingerprints.
Surveillance video of his car on this route that goes along Lake Livingston, where Audrey lives, and kind of towards this area of the Trinity.
How often did you see them on her?
Right now. Also, we know a little bit more about McDougal's criminal history. It's
And pretty often.
just a simple.
How often is that? I don't want to put words in your mouth. So,
It was like a new one pretty much every day.
Decades he has.
did the Montgomerys move out of the fit shelter?
Yes.
intent child in
Did you do anything to help them in that move?
It's behind bars.
And what did you do?
Now in
I helped
Cook
them
County
move out
Jail,
with their
right
belongings.
here in this
And how did you help them
for
move
an
out?
unrelated charge
I
of aggravated
helped them
assault
take their
from
stuff
an
in their room. I put it
extinguisher
in my vehicle and I
that
brought them
steps
to
back
their apartment.
on
Okay, I see. So you had a vehicle. You were helping with your vehicle to move things over. Where did they move to?
their wing.
On the corner of
Things are
Orange and
developing
Union, I
as
don't
they
remember the
do
exact
at
address.
this time when we start to see
Did you stay friendly with them after the move?
in contact.
Did you ever visit them in their apartment at that new building?
Have a press conference.
Could you describe for the jury what the inside of that apartment looked like?
We're just watching this unfold
It was kind of cluttered
time
and messy.
as
There was
investigators
cockroaches.
are now considering this area
It was
of
only a one-bedroom.
the Livingston area
There's
crime
holes in
scene
the
in the
walls.
case of Audrey Cunningham Nicole.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find.
I don't know. It looked like the living room was torn apart and half the walls. The bathroom.
We're waiting for
Let me ask you.
the
You said living room was torn apart, half the walls. Let me ask about a couple of specifics.
They
If I
say
can.
that
What about the light
area
fixtures?
is a
Did you ever notice
crime
anything about the
scene.
light fixtures there?
Hanging from the ceiling. They weren't like
Now, Fox
secured.
News has said that they
When he first
have
moved in, he had thought that it was one
found
color and then it was a
a
different color.
body,
And then,
but we
assumed
haven't
that
got proof
owners
of
were
that.
spying on him, listening to these
Um,
conversations.
Did
and
Adam
from what
Montgomery
I
ever
can
talk to you about
understand,
any plumbing issues at that new
the
building?
police have been very much
Yes.
pushing
What did he say?
that. But I mean,
he said that the tub
they've
had
made
backed
the
up.
area a crime scene,
because I had
guys.
asked,
So
you know, I went in to use the bathroom and the
I've
tub was
taped it
dirty,
off.
and I asked what happened, and he said that he was waiting for the landlord to call because the plumbing backed up.
So what did you suggest to him?
I didn't really suggest anything.
Separate from time there at that location, are you aware whether or not Adam and Kayla were ever over at the O'Connell Lodge staying there while they still had the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
And are you aware what time of year that would have happened? Spring, winter still, I should say, or spring or summer or fall?
I want to say it was winter because it was like right after tax season.
Right after tax season?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a moment, please, Your Honor. When you were interacting
not live
and talking with Adam Montgomery, what behavior, if any, did you ever see about him believing that somebody was recording him or listening to him?
He actually thought that pretty quite often.
Animal children.
And did you see him do anything as a result of this? Any actions that he would take?
He was just like, I don't know, he would ask me if I thought it was true, or like, look, the number 5 bus keeps going by. They go by like 5 times. I was just going by the shelter. I'm like, that's route, I believe. I think it was a 5 or 6, one of those two. I'm not exactly sure. But it drives straight down Lake Ave to go downtown, and he just thought it was fine.
We're just waiting on a press conference.
It makes sense half the time. So I didn't listen to him half the time.
They believe.
At any point, when you described before that you had seen these bruises
Fox
on Kayla
News,
Montgomery, at any point,
where else,
did you offer for her to get her out of that relationship?
Say that.
And did she accept your offer back then?
Body.
Not really.
Okay.
Not exactly.
Search for Audrey.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you, I believe.
But there is a press conference coming up, and also they have made the area a crime scene. So we are just sort of sitting here waiting.
Me and Caroline. Hi guys. We're here and we are like this is like after a show actually. So after hours, or in our case we do it later, like before hours. That's so good. We were though. Yeah. So we just finished like a couple of shows, and this is kind of like what we're
Where did the chill music go? Her signal is really bad. So the information says Let me go to Livingston, Texas. According to Fox 26 sources. Now, this is Fox 26's sources, so this is not law enforcement giving them the information or that we know it's come from law enforcement. It's just from Fox 26. They are saying that missing 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham has been found dead, but we are waiting for the press conference for the information. So it's just a case of waiting for the press conference and more information on this, and hopefully charges will have been made and pressed. Hey, get down, Eddie Dolby.
Ms. Giles, I apologize. I just have one other question. I'd asked you before about the bruises that you saw at FIT. I just want to ask you, what did Kayla say caused those bruises that you saw at FIT?
Hey guys.
Originally, she would say she fell,
Beautiful.
or Seamus threw a toy, definitely hit her with a bottle.
Okay. Did she ever say anything about Adam causing those bruises?
Not till we were alone.
I'm sorry?
Not until we were alone.
And what did she say when you were alone?
She would say that Adam was doing it, and she's afraid, and she needs to get out of there, but she's afraid to leave.
The prior day, a little chilly and below the average of
I understand that limiting instructions is appropriate. We would ask
the average territory now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Afternoon and continuing for the next 2 days.
what did Kayla say? The responses to that question can only be used not for the purpose of the truth of what Kayla said, but to determine the credibility of that witness. Okay, so the prior consistent statements can be used only for the determining the credibility of the witness when the witness's credibility has been attacked. Okay, so not for the truth, but for assessing credibility. All right.
Of February.
It is still morning. Good morning, Ms. Giles. My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam
Okay.
Montgomery. And I'll be asking you a few questions as well. I just want to begin by clarifying your testimony today. You were saying that when you were at the shelter at FIT in January and February of 2020, you observed bruises on Kayla
I was there.
Yes, sir.
Guys,
when you talked to her in private, she said that those bruises you observed were from Adam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we.
Miss Giles, do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy?
Yep.
This interview by Detective Dunleavy was in June of 2022.
Yes.
1.5 years ago, actually more than 1.5 years ago. And I apologize. We're making a record, so we do need to have like a kind of like a yes or no as opposed to an
Okay.
Thank you so
Keep
much.
my eye on information.
This interview conducted by Detective Dunleavy in
yeah,
June of 2022 was at the police department.
Okay. I don't remember.
You do not remember where it was?
No, he's come to my house a couple of times. He came to my house a couple of times.
Out there.
And I know I did go to the police station once, I believe. I don't remember when.
Do you remember there being an interview
Trying to
specifically
get the
that
information
was
as
recorded?
Guys.
Sure, yeah. It was at when we were at the police station. I think he did one at my kitchen table twice, or something like that.
Okay. What I'm wanting to focus on is the interview that took place at the police department.
Okay.
Hey, come on.
And you do recall having an interview at the police department?
Yeah, I don't remember what his questions or anything like that.
You don't remember what it was about?
I know it was about Adam, but I don't remember all the questions.
Okay, just because
it was over a year ago.
I was
Lucky if I remember what happened last night.
This interview was conducted by not only Detective Dunleavy, but also Detective Grayhill. Do you remember that?
There was some other guy in there. I don't know who it was.
Oi! No, absolutely
And
not.
when you were there for this
Paracetamol.
interview, you knew that it was about Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you wanted to do everything you could to help, right?
Right.
You knew that it was being recorded, right? You knew that Adam had already been arrested at this point for second-degree assault.
Justin from
I believe so, yeah.
Polk County, the area of
Harmony's disappearance was already in the media at this point.
Close to the crime scene.
By okay, do you mean yes?
I don't pay attention to the news on the cable.
Press conference is anticipated, which we are waiting for now. As close as we are allowed to the Audrey Cunningham.
But you do recall that this
along with
interview
Community River
was
in Livingstone.
regarding Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And the police were asking you questions.
Right.
You wanted to answer those questions correctly.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yes.
You wanted to tell them everything that you knew.
I didn't know nothing.
Ooh. Wonder if we can get on
Police asked
to
you about
the
the time you spent with Adam and Kayla at the fit shelter, correct?
Yes.
the jail records, because the jail records are telling
And
us they're
specifically,
charged him with anything.
the police asked you during this June 9th, 2022
We're
recorded
just
interview
waiting on the press conference
whether
by
you were aware of any domestic
Audrey
violence
Cunningham.
between Adam and Kayla, correct?
Fox
Yes.
26
I said no.
have said that
You said that
Audrey
Kayla on occasion
remains-
referred to Adam as
body
a
has been
dick,
found hateful in the name.
right?
Yes.
But you did not
His body has been
say
found.
that you had observed
It's
at any
her.
point
I'm not sure how
any
100%
bruises
verifying
on
that.
Kayla Montgomery.
Not had a press
Right.
conference yet.
You did not tell the police that Kayla had confided.
I've
in
not
you
seen anyone
about
else
any
saying it's her.
domestic
I've just
violence.
seen that. I think people are just on with caution, just because obviously
You did not tell the police that Kayla was in any way scared of Adam.
Right.
And this was, again,
No,
an
we're not
interview
passing
where you knew
on any.
what the subject was about and you wanted to do everything you could to help the police.
This is not the time.
Okay.
By okay, you mean yes?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Giles.
Well, I'm not.
Ms. Giles, about those questions you were just asked, you didn't
you-
say anything about the
some
domestic
sources,
violence
the
or the
grandmother
abuse that
is
you
off
saw
a
on
rock
Kayla in
for-
June of 2022. Do you recall Detective Rahal coming to meet with you in January of this year
Is
to talk about this? I'm sorry?
Yes, in my kitchen.
In your kitchen?
Yep.
All right.
Yes,
he
sorry.
needs to be formally identified as well, and there ain't no way that they formally identified him
Thank you.
as a family yet.
So, Ms. Giles, with regards to that conversation, you were just asked a moment ago about why you didn't say anything about domestic violence on Kayla back in June of 2022.
And really, the grandmother.
What changed? What was different between June of 2022 versus when you talked to police in January of 2024?
Just like flashbacks and memories.
I highly
different things
it
and
is.
demeanors and situations.
We do.
When you were speaking with police in June of 2022, did you want to have anything to do with the
So,
investigation?
we hear 100%.
And in January of 2024, why did you sit down with police and talk with them then and share more information?
And what?
Because I'm a mother and I
And
feel for
what?
Harmony's
Have they
family.
actually put any further?
And your testimony here today
It's
about
not
what
good
you
news.
saw,
Let's face it,
what you
guys.
experienced, and what you heard
It's
people
a
say
crime.
with regards to that, is that the truth, just as you've taken an oath to tell today?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah, we're all just kind of waiting.
Ms. Giles, the interview that you participated in June of 2022 was voluntary, correct?
Yes, I think. I don't remember. To be honest, I honestly don't remember. I know I was called in.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm sorry, but you were not subpoenaed to appear at the police station, correct?
No.
In fact, when you were advised, or when you arrived, you were advised that this was voluntary. You did not have to speak to the police.
I guess I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But you were not in any way told that you had to speak with the police.
I don't think so.
What you said.
And,
This was them
again,
lining up
This was not a short interview.
for the press conference.
You covered a lot of territory during that
No, it's
interview,
not great,
correct?
but I'll play anyway.
About an hour, yeah.
Yeah. Very sad.
If I were to, just about an hour, you said, right?
I think.
I cried in my car, y'all. I'm not even gonna
So
lie.
if you were told that the interview began
I had a
at, say,
big
for
cry,
example,
and I cried right here with some of the
10:24
some of
and
our
ended at
people that
11:20,
posting,
that'd be about an
you know,
hour,
covering
right?
the story.
And you were there voluntarily that time,
And it's a very sad moment.
and you were there to help.
I did what I could. Didn't think I'd be here risking my own life.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Y'all been seeing all those videos of underneath that bridge, the Trinity River Bridge, right there off of
Ma'am,
59.
you may be
The
excused.
southbound
You're not to take
side.
pictures on the way out.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
ignorance won't be tolerated.
Yeah,
We
I'll be
will.
live streaming at 4, okay? And I think there's a lady that said, hey, you can park in my business. Thank y'all.
Grizzy.
And we got a lot of media
State may
partners.
call its
We
next
got
witness.
the people that do social media too. We got a lot of peeps out here, you know, to bring the
Yeah,
coverage.
mod check who's
The
in
signal's
here.
good here, so we should be okay.
We may need to block. I'll be able to block as well.
Sí, estamos aquí por el caso de la niña que se llama Audrey Cunningham, que ha estado perdida desde el jueves, que no la han visto. We're here for Audrey Cunningham, 11-year-old girl that went missing, hasn't been seen since Thursday, 15th.
It's looking that way. I mean,
And you guys already probably have a gut feeling already and everything, and the hints that have been going around. So I don't need to say nothing more. We're just here, and y'all keep this girl in your prayers.
So as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name, spell both your first and your last name?
Michael Dobe, Michael Dobe.
Yeah, friends, I know.
Mr. Dobe, what town do you live in?
I know.
One in Derry, New Hampshire.
You guys know.
How long have you been living there?
10, 11 years.
And how far did you go in school?
I have an associate's degree.
In what field?
Criminal justice.
And with regards to that associate's degree in criminal justice, can I ask a little bit about your work history? What are some of the kind of different jobs that you've had in your life?
Yep. So I've worked about 15 years in the security and asset protection field.
Yeah.
And what are the different businesses that you did security and asset protection for?
I did security at the Mall of New Hampshire, and then I did asset protection for Kmart, Rite Aid,
wherever they're
Walmart,
gonna
Macy's.
And
meet
Macy's.
up at, because
Are you still working at Macy's now?
I'm not.
Okay. Where do you work now?
as
I
well.
work for the Department of Veteran
You know,
Affairs.
you got people.
And what do you do for them?
I was hired as a police officer, but I'm currently working in dispatch until I can go to the
not
police
right.
academy.
And when is that scheduled to be?
April.
In April of this year.
infuriating.
Okay. You said that before you were working at Walmart.
Actually,
What are the different Walmarts that you've worked in?
I was mainly out of the Manchester, New Hampshire store. I would assist in other stores, like just during inventory.
And the Manchester, New Hampshire store, just for jurors who may not be familiar, where is that Walmart in Manchester?
725 Gold Street.
If we were going to leave here at the courthouse, what would be the way that you would take to get down to where that is, where Gold Street
We'll
is?
hear it from
Me
officials.
personally, I would just go up Central Street
Our
to
guts
Beach.
are, you know,
I'll
in
take a
knots
right onto
right
Beach
now.
to South
Everybody's
Willow,
just
and then South Willow
terrified,
to Gold
but
Street. And
you know,
then
these
to
people
Walmart
can't
Square.
afford to make the kind of mistake like that. So right now, what
Approximately 2
happens?
years.
What they tell us. You ain't gonna hear from us first.
There was a few.
That.
Keene, Hooksett, and a couple of other ones, but I don't remember the towns.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't, you know?
I don't know, friends.
Security and asset
I don't know.
Yeah, there was a few of
Want
us.
the facts, don't you? Really, we want
How were your shifts divided up? What shifts would you work most of the time?
We were just based off the needs of the business, so it wasn't anything in particular. Sometimes I would open, sometimes I would close, and same with the
We
others.
got people that were
Are you familiar with the layout of the store? I would assume so, but I don't want to make
Yeah,
assumptions.
we know.
Okay.
We know.
And with regards to that layout of the store, could you go ahead and just kind of briefly talk us through, if I were to go in the main entrance of
Saying
that
that
particular
they
Walmart,
shouldn't
when you're in
really,
Gold Street,
sort of please
what do I walk into,
there.
and what are the different areas of the store that I can walk to?
So there's two main entrances
Yeah, I wish I
at
could give
Walmart.
all
There's
y'all a
the
hug
grocery
right now,
entrance
man.
and the general merchandise entrance. When you go through the general merchandise doors, it's the general merchandise area,
Hug your
health and
face,
beauty,
man. Hug your face.
stationery, arts and crafts, stuff like that. And then the grocery entrance is where the grocery side is.
Inside that particular store, is there a device over near the service? Well, I should ask, is there a service counter?
Let's meet
Okay.
back
And near the
at
service
four.
counter, is there a device
Hey, let
over
me
there
get
that's called
myself. I need to
Echo,
get my composure together, y'all, because my stress is
ATM,
dirty
or
and
Echo
stuff.
ATM? Could you explain to the jurors what an Echo
Back at
ATM
4 right
is?
here, okay?
So essentially, it's just
You
a
guys a little
humanless
bit. We're right here in
pawn
front
shop.
of
You
the
can put your electronic items
jail.
in it, and it will give you
I
cash.
can't believe this is a jail. It's so little. I guess, you know, it's that calm. Like our jail is huge.
Have you always had
We
an
got
Echo
jails
ATM
in
machine?
Houston.
As far as I
And they
remember,
got
yes.
little bitty buildings.
Have you ever used the Echo ATM machine yourself?
Not to its fullest
And
extent, just
I've
to get an
talked to
estimate to see
everybody,
how
and
the
these kind of
kiosk
things
works.
just don't happen around here, y'all.
Could you describe that for
This
the jurors?
this kind of
What's the
this
process
kind of
that a person would
situation
go
like
through
this
if they're going
doesn't
to go
happen
ahead
out here.
and use this device
This
to
rocked
turn in an electronic
to
device?
the core.
I don't remember the exact steps, but from what I remember is it gave me a sticker to put on the back of my phone, and then I would plug it into the machine, and I would set it on to the kiosk, and it would analyze it or does whatever it does, and then it gave me an estimate.
And then, so it gives you an estimate. And what does that estimate look like? We're talking about dollars?
Correct.
So yeah, we
And
are
then,
just
have
waiting
you taken it
on
any
the
farther with that particular
official
machine?
press
I did not.
conference.
It gives you the
Not an
option to either agree
accusation.
to take the money
It's
or
a-
to
I
give your
am
property
very
back. And
aware
then
of
my property back.
Have you seen other people using that machine?
I have.
said
When a
online
person,
that
have you seen
we
somebody
want
use
to
it
hear from
that
law
opts to go
enforcement,
ahead and
all
recycle
the
their electronic
details
device and
of
get
law
paid?
enforcement and
I haven't
he
watched
said,
people
she
start to
said,
finish
because
do it, but I have
MBO
seen people
facts
get
they'll,
cash out of the machine.
they'll bring that out.
I'd like to ask,
on
with regards to an interaction you had with the
um,
Manchester Police Department back in early
well,
January of
you know, I was
2022.
that we were
Were you ever
talking
requested
earlier,
for security
and
camera footage
there's rumours
from
about
around that area of the Eco ATM and
that's
the
all they
entire
are
store?
because
Yes.
you know
And
we
was that
know
request
that, and
for
obviously
between the time period,
how does that information
for around
out of the
December
jail
30th or
to,
December 31st of
you know,
2021?
the family members? But
How familiar are you
according
with the
to
security camera
family
layout at that
members,
Walmart?
Pretty good.
are
Can you describe it for us, the
person of
different types of
interest
cameras that are used and the different
is
ways that you can
keeping
either view those cameras live or view recorded footage?
Yep. So we have stationary cameras, which are cameras that are just in
themselves
one
look
spot
like
and don't
crazy.
move.
I
Some are
mean,
high up, some are low. And then we also
no,
have
like I said, that's
PTZs, which
alleged and
stands
it's
for pan,
probably
tilt, and
true.
zoom. And those cameras can pan 360 degrees,
Because
zoom
hey,
in and
let's
out,
try
and
the
tilt up and
insanity
down.
card
Where do you access the
and
camera
see
system?
how far you
From the
can
Asset
get with
Protection
that one.
Office.
And
And I take it working with
probably
asset
the
protection, you had access to that
around
office.
and stuff is one
With
way.
regards to the recording that was done, how long did, back at that point in 2022, how long did Walmart hold on to recorded
Yeah.
surveillance footage?
Well, I mean,
It just
if you
depended
see,
on the
I've
camera and how much
loaded up
activity
on
was
my
recorded on that camera.
TikTok,
But it was
but
anywhere between
if you
2 to 3
see the
months.
video, you'll see the video.
Were you asked to then, again,
Where
get
he's
video
talking
footage
to the
from
sheriff,
December
it's
30th or
quite
December
animated. It
31st
doesn't look
of
crazy. He doesn't look like the
2021 and
kind of
provide that to the
guy
Manchester Police
that would
Department?
I was able to
snap
do that.
very, very
So how did you do
quickly
that?
and
How do you
instantly
obtain that
if you
for
piss
the
him
officers
off.
when they requested it?
So
And
pretty much
he's
generally what they
obviously an
do
angry
is
person
they'll
because he's
give
walking
me a
around
time
with a
frame and a
bloody
general description of what I'm
sign on
looking
him,
for,
isn't he?
and then I
That
would review that video, and
I thought
then
we
I
were
would bring the
beyond
times
that now
associated
in
with
this
those
day and
video
age. I
frames.
thought, you know,
Were you able to find a specific time for an
I
Eco
mean, I
ATM
must be
transaction that the
naive
police
or
asked
something
about?
or whatever. Because
And
it's
were you able,
I
from viewing that
wouldn't
video,
ever
to
expect
see the
to do
people
that
who came
on
in and made that transaction?
another
I was able
human
to.
being in this day.
From the cameras that you had available and the footage that you had available, what, if anything, were you able to view or record
Yeah, well,
about
see, that's the
their
thing. They
movements
shouldn't
inside the
be.
entire store?
So I was able to
Be
see 3 people
releasing that
approach the
information.
Eco ATM machine,
They should be
and
at
then
home
while one person
breathing.
remained at the Eco ATM machine, 2 others then proceeded
And
to
the
walk
press
around the store.
certainly shouldn't be releasing it.
Were you able to recover the footage of all 3 of those people the entire time that they were within the store?
I'm not.
And once you were able to see that footage,
Release it until we know
did
for
you
sure.
make a
But
recording
I
and
mean,
provide that to the
obviously, it's
Manchester
not
Police
good, is it?
Department?
Because will you stop it? I need my hand, Lady Lou. You're supposed to be. Anyone want a pug? She's not live yet, guys. Oh, yeah, she is. The only problem that I had yesterday was I was streaming her yesterday, and then her signal went. Just waiting out for officials. Key point.
I am. I was. The video that I provided the Manchester Police Department.
Yeah, we just do what we do here, and you know, we can have 2 people.
Yes.
Does that also include the other video cameras that you talked about that cover other areas of the stores and follow people around from one location to another?
Yes.
I've got the podium
Is
set
this a
up.
true and accurate copy of the video that you provided to the Manchester Police for those particular?
It is.
For the identification of states.
Let me see if I can find it on YouTube.
Any objections?
I like Busy, but I don't want it to.
The idea is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Flack off.
And it may be published.
I would like to ask you, with regards to this particular series, this areas of video footage, how are the video footage itself? Is there a notation that's made or somewhere in the recording about the time that the video was captured? Is that in the footage, or is there another way that that's recorded on?
Some camera angles might have it on the screen when you're watching it. Otherwise, it would be on the document itself, like the saved profile.
Right, I've got the thing playing in the background on my phone, so if hers dies, like it did yesterday, and it drops, I've got something else on.
Can somebody put that on there for me so I can pin it?
Have us take a look at the footage that you have, that you were able to provide.
Sheriff's office.
Just give me a brief moment.
Bye.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. Hopefully, we'll have the footage. No, with regards to these particular drive and its
We are
content,
just
I'd
waiting
like to go
for
ahead
the
and show
press
you the
conference.
index of the
We're
files
going with
themselves.
Chrissy because Chrissy gives
With regards to that,
stuff,
is that accurate in terms of your listing of
content as
all the
well.
files that are available on this
But
particular
I've got
page?
backup
Yes.
because yesterday we were streaming
I have.
and
They're accurate
it
for
dropped
what's provided.
and it's
Correct.
at the right
With
minute.
regards to that, I know they're rather hard to see, so if you'll excuse me for a second, I'm going to bring back over on my screen.
Whatever's going on
And
here,
I would like you
we
to
demand
have kind
justice.
of take us through
Whatever
the
we're
store.
about to do
Okay.
right now,
And I'd like to
we
walk
want
you through areas
justice.
of this video for you. You may
We
not
want
know every single
justice,
one,
y'all.
but it's my understanding you testified. These do cover, for the purposes of today's hearing, all of the relevant video times, these three people being in this.
That's correct.
So I'd like to start with the file that is entitled Entrance General Merchandise. And with regards to that, I see that there's a title on the slide, General Merchandise, that specifically goes to 135514. Is that a timestamp, sir?
Yes.
So the timestamp is recorded right on the file itself.
Correct.
And also, I should ask, with regards to these videos, is any audio recorded here, or is it just video?
Just video.
Thank y'all. I'm sending y'all hugs, man. I wish I could hug everybody.
Excuse me just a second, sir. I apologize for the delay. So this is the Entrance General Merchandise video.
And I'm gonna ask everybody to take it easy on me today and
With
miss.
regards to this, the people that you follow for this
take it easy.
ATM transaction,
More
pardon me,
screenshots,
that have been done on December 30th of 2021.
Whatever's happening, we're
Please
about
point out the three as they come through the store.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
Awesome.
Hey, Senator.
These are the three individuals.
So, could you describe the very first person that's walking in that group? I'll use the pointer to point to that individual.
Yep, it's a female wearing either a dark blue or a black jacket, and then there is another female behind her wearing a long sleeve blue shirt, and then a male wearing a black jacket and a tan hat.
All right, the time's now 3:53.
Stopping the
Here at the
video
Polk County Jail.
a few seconds into this,
He's in
we're
that
still seeing the
facility
same three
over
individuals.
That's correct.
It was just this. They've got McDougal, whatever. They
So
got
this
him on
would
that
be
side.
those three coming into the store.
That's correct.
Is there another camera just a little bit deeper from that
Facility over there.
exterior door that also covers people coming through kind of a vestibule area?
Yes.
And is that one entitled one of your PTZ? What does that stand for?
Pan, tilt, zoom.
Thank you. Pan, tilt, zoom. Camera number 17 be able to show us more footage of that door.
Yes.
Bring that file. 6.
Oh, yeah.
And then
I'm going to pause it right there. Go ahead, sir.
these are the three individuals that we had saw in the previous video.
That area that we see them walk off the screen, where is that area leading to?
That's the front of the store by the registers, and they're heading towards the service desk.
I'd like to go to the service desk video that you provided and refer to track service desk overview monitor.
Okay.
Again,
I was given a purple ribbon
from 1355.50
for Audrey.
Go ahead and pause this video here for a brief second. Generally, what part of the store is this?
This is the front end of the store, and this is the service desk area.
And so what do I see? Kind of at the very top of our screen here, line kind of those checkout files.
Yep, those are the front end registers.
Purple heart.
Where the
Chat, guys.
ATM machine is to recycle electronics. Where's that?
Purple is her favourite colour.
The green device on the left-hand side of the screen against the
Should have
wall. Is that a
liked
good
that
accurate description?
That's correct.
All about doing
What I'd like to do is go ahead and play this video for a moment, and then have you tell us when you see those same three people come back. Do it again.
These are the three right here.
Right there. Could you please point out where those three are again? First of all, we'll start with the woman that was in the dark colored jacket.
After this,
yep,
we're gonna go back to the Trinity River Bridge. About 15 minutes after this conference, I'm gonna head back to the 59 freeway. I'll go with the Trinity River, and I'll be live streaming.
I'm going to let this play for just a minute. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions while it's playing.
I'm not
I
kidding.
apologize, but all of our attention is going to be on the screen right now as we're watching this. The woman in the light blue sweatshirt, what color bag does she have?
It appears pink.
And the gentleman with the dark sweatshirt, he just pulled up his pants there. Tan colored hat, what color shoes generally?
Looks black.
Now, when you have used this device yourself, this Go ATM, how long did it take for you to plug in a device and get an estimate about what you might be able to get from that device?
Just for the estimate, I would say it was approximately 5 minutes.
During the mental K on this phone, so anybody laughing or anybody thinking this is a joke, I got you.
So do we still see the same two females that came in using the device?
That is correct.
4 minutes.
The gentleman, can we see that gentleman with the tan hat?
No.
All right, 4 more minutes.
Yeah, it probably isn't showing them all. Don't know why, it's tetchy. It's glitchy, mate, it's glitchy.
Can we see the gentleman with the tan hat now?
Yes.
Where is it?
He's back at the Eco ATM machine behind the female with the black jacket.
Go ahead, press play. Can you stand up again for a moment and show us where he is?
3 minutes away.
3 minutes away.
Sounds still okay.
Happy hearts in the chat for order, guys.
As we're watching the three of them machines go, this
That's alright, there's mods come in that can pin, they can pin.
This is just a fixed camera.
So the video image that we see is this is the angle we get. We can't zoom in.
That's correct.
Guys, happy hearts.
Somebody says, is it possible to sit here and cry for a child that we don't even know and yet feels like one of our own?
Can you see mine, heart?
Still seeing this?
She's an angel.
Recording?
She was
I do.
innocent.
Wait out where he is.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No one, I don't think. No one's muted anyone.
If I can ask you, with regards to the Eco ATM, again, as we're continuing to watch the footage together, with regards to that device, do you know whether or not that device
It might
records photographs?
hiding in there, it's hiding a lot.
It does.
Don't take it personally. TikTok's a pain in the arse. Heck, it does it to me.
The individual with the light blue colored sweatshirt, from this angle here, can you see whether or not she's leaning on the ATM?
It does appear that she is, yes.
And the other woman in the dark colored jacket, is she still standing next to her?
She is.
All right, 1 more minute. They should be coming out.
My understanding, you've seen this video a couple of times, correct, Mr. Bill?
That's correct.
And this, standing at this particular device, this goes on.
Put the microphone in.
It does.
And you probably won't be able to hear too much until they start talking. Just give me. Okay, there they come. Here they come.
At some point, Mr. Doe, as we're watching along here,
Well, damn.
Possibly black shoes or dark shoes, we're going to see him walk away from the two women that we used to.
That's correct.
And when he comes back, does he have on all of the exact same clothing?
Yeah, now, guys.
It's changed. He had removed his jacket and he's wearing a staff t-shirt.
During that time period, did you see the two women leave the Eco ATM? And then coming back to change?
I don't recall if it's during that, but I do recall one of the females leaving with them.
Lay down, please. Lay down.
Yes, ma'am. And that's how I feel. I'm standing here waiting.
In your review of this section of the video, does the gentleman with the tan hat ever stand up to the screen, or is he behind the ladies like he is
He's either behind the ladies or standing to the side of the machine.
Is this Grizzy live here outside
The
county
side
jail
closest to the register.
facility?
So from this angle, it'd be the right-hand side.
Top of the screen.
Correct.
All right, here he comes. Out of here.
Oh no, don't do that to me. Oh, hers has done it again. Sorry, Grizzy.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Thank you for being here today. I want to first start by thanking the media for having us. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I want to first start by thanking the media for helping us with the coverage over Audrey Ball. We've spent countless hours in hopes of finding her, and to the community members who have been here supporting us since day one. I also want to say thank you to Trinity River Authority for lowering the water levels so that the divers could reach areas of interest. At this time, I sadly announce that Audrey's body was located at the Trinity River on the U.S. Highway 59. As a result of today's developments, I will discontinue the Amber Alert for Audrey, and I want to thank DPS, Department of Public Safety, for all their help in this alert. The information that we have gathered in this criminal investigation is substantial. The Polk County Sheriff's Office investigators, the Livingston Police Department, and the Texas Rangers, the game wardens, the FBI, Harris County Sheriff's Office, the San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, in Trinity County and Liberty County. It's just an outpouring of love from all of our law enforcement partners. My heart aches with this news, and I express my deepest sympathies and condolences to everyone who knew, who cared for, and loved Audrey. The Sheriff's Office, we will continue to process evidence that had been gathered. Ensure that the justice
how many items were recycled during this transaction?
And at this time, I'll turn the podium over to the Polk County District Attorney, Ms. Shelley Singh.
Thank you, Byron. My name is Shelley Sitton, and I am your Polk County District Attorney. I just want to take a few moments to explain how we're going to move forward from here. Based on all of the evidence that law enforcement has collected, they are in the process of preparing the appropriate arrest warrants for Don, Stephen.
I just know of a phone.
This
I'm not
time,
sure.
I believe the appropriate arrest warrant is going to be for capital murder and death of Audrey
That's correct.
Cunningham.
Correct.
He is currently still in jail under an unrelated felony charge here. I understand that this is a very difficult time for Audrey's
He's still on the side of
family
the
and
Eco
our
ATM
community.
machine closest to the service desk, so that would be the
The
left.
substantial law enforcement resources that were marshaled by the Sheriff Lyons, I think should show you that this county and law enforcement, they will come out when they need to protect our children. And the assets that we have been made available to Polk County to protect our children have been substantial. And at this point, as Sheriff Lyons said, he'll continue to collect the evidence and process that. The district attorney's office is going to stand right beside them and follow through. And we promise that you can assure that the district attorney's office will be just as dedicated to this case as every one of these law enforcement officers that are standing behind you to do what is right for Audrey and bring justice to our community. Thank you.
Can you tell us how long this video track is?
Right.
At this
It's
time,
off a
if
little
you
bit,
guys
but I
have
believe it's a little
questions,
over
we'll open it
33
up to
minutes.
a few questions.
Yeah.
Is it any
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward a little bit in time. I know you stated at one time that this individual was going to.
I cannot speak to that.
That's correct.
This time right now, we have transported Audrey.
Sorry, I apologize. Let me
Objection is sustained.
Yes, you're right. Mr. Dove, I believe that I apologize.
Out to the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office.
That's correct.
And we will await their results to be able to determine the cause and method of her.
Okay.
So I apologize. My eyes are not where they used to be.
We believe that there is enough evidence, yes.
At this point, is the gentleman in the tan hat walking
Don
around?
Stephen Google
lead you to that location
What about the
on the river?
young lady
Where you
who's
found her
wearing
body. Did he tell you where to find
Yeah,
her?
she's following him.
That was evidence that
You
we
said that you
was
have other
collecting
cameras in the
the
store
cell phone,
that cover
through
different
the
sections.
cell phone analysis,
That's
as well
correct.
as through our,
With
as well
regards
as
to
through our
Let me ask you,
videos
are
that we
those
were able to
cameras
collect,
a little
and
bit closer,
exactly, and some of
to
the
be able to
information
see
that we
the
received from
individual's
him, we were able
Yes.
to
Why is
pinpoint
that?
and
What causes
said
this?
there were several points
Why
of
is that?
interest
We have cameras
that
that
was
are closer.
turned over to us, so that we were
There's
able
a
to
camera like
develop.
this.
And thank goodness.
So some of the departments we consider them high risk, meaning that there's a lot of theft that comes out of that department.
I understand.
So there's better camera angles in those aisles. So some of them are closer,
Evidence and
not exactly face level, but it's almost face level. It's probably about 6.5, 7 feet from the floor.
too.
And we call those the public view monitors. And that's because when you enter the aisle,
Want to be very
the
careful.
camera, there's a monitor above the camera that shows yourself in that aisle, so you can
I
actually
will
see
say
yourself
is
in
to
that
say
aisle.
this is that there is
Correct.
substantial evidence through the evidence that we've gathered.
So people know that they're on
Evidence was
camera.
even gathered by the
Like to
wonderful
do is
witnesses
talk
and
to you
wonderful
about,
folks out there in the social media who sent us
I'd like to go to a different track.
who sent us pictures. Some of that, even that evidence helped us to be able to come up
I'd
with
like to
these
go to
locations, as well as the evidence from cell phones.
provided listed cosmetics EVPM 6 again on December 30th, 2021, 14/28/33.
At this point right now, until we get all that information back from the medical examiner's office, we don't want to release any information concerning Audrey.
Is this one of those cameras?
It is.
You see the gentleman in the tan hat here?
I do.
That area is one of the first areas of our concern, points of interest when we
It's been removed.
search on
Please point
Friday.
out where the gentleman in the tan hat is.
And again, that's going to be
And the
developed
lady in
some
the
of the
black
evidence, and
Is that
and
the
then
same,
yes, there
are those the
was
same
a
individuals that we saw
report
before
where
coming
he
to the
did
store
give
together
information
with the other?
because there were several places
Yes, that's correct.
Pressing
that
play.
he said that he had went. So it wasn't a location where he said he.
What's written on the back of his jacket there? For sure.
But there
Staff.
were, incidents where he said these were
And the
locations
front of the shirt,
where
you
he
see the
had
logo?
gone.
Without this evidence,
I did. I don't recall. I believe it was Coors Light or something of that
find
nature.
her where you found her.
You have cameras on
the
multiple
evidence
areas of the cosmetics house, so can we follow where they went to right after they
there.
turned?
We would have found her
Yes.
not through
I'd like
not
to
through
now
him, but we would
play
have
for
found it
you,
through the evidence
track you
that we
provided with the
collected
cosmetics
from
EVPM
analysis
4,
from
again, December
phones and
30th,
videos. From that.
14/28/47 through 14/29/13.
You used a sonar. You used a sonar boat. Texas Tech Research was out with their sonar boat, scanning the bottom of the river for her body. They are the ones that discovered the body. Is that correct? Now the image.
I'm not going to say who exactly or what agency discovered her body
Two
today.
individuals that
This
walked in the middle of the screen.
due to the
Did you recognize who they were?
Yep, those are the same
TRA,
individuals.
Trinity River Authority, they slowed down the outflow from the reservoir, and it allowed the water to go down, and her body was
I'd like to move
discovered.
to the next track that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 6, December 30th, 2021, 14/29/10 through 14/29/24.
Montgomery, or Echo Surge, it was a
God, they need to stigma out.
of a lot of love and law enforcement networking together.
These are the same individuals that were
Sources
sitting here on
have
this
told
video.
us though
Yes.
that Stephen McDougal,
Can you, now that you've got, to be able to see the gentleman, can you make out what's on his shirt?
level of the river, we're told he
I
had
see the letters
to the
COO.
water on the river. Is that true?
We talked to TRA on
In this
several
aisle, does
days.
that progress to another aisle that has
And they
to
got to the point, or they felt
closer up?
it was safe to lower
I believe so, yes.
lower the river.
I'd like to now show
We,
you
we
the
were able to get them
file
to
that
do
you provided Cosmetics
whether or not
EVPM
Mr.
5,
McDougal
December 30th,
gave us
2021,
information on lowering the river or
14/29/19,
not to be able to locate her.
32.
That's information that we do not want to release at this time.
Sheriff,
You see those same two individuals come forward.
the evidence that
I do.
He did advise that
Find out where they are.
locations that he had gone. Not that he was saying that she was there or any other location, but we know that he went there as well.
I can.
In regards to these last 3 video clips that we watched and the one that we're watching right now,
Of the evidence
you
and all
see
the
the dark colored jacket that he had on.
we're gonna have to hold.
He's not wearing the jacket.
Law enforcement to determine what is the best solution to this case.
Definitely,
If
that's the
that
solution.
is something that we're gonna look into. Is there any evidence she was held somewhere else, or was she held pretty much the day that she disappeared?
We do not have any evidence at this time that's showing that where she may have been held somewhere else. But again, we are still processing
Pause the
mounds
video
of
about halfway through.
information.
And now you have a chance to see the other half of the shirt.
Last question.
I do.
Do you recognize the logo on that shirt?
Yes, it appears that it says cores.
That is information at this time that we do not want to release.
So that basically means that they're
Thank you all
probably
for your
worse
questions. Thank you all for all that you've done to us. Have bringing on your own.
Man, hey, what's up with it, Hoodies peeps? And it's your girl Grizzy standing outside the Polk County Jail. This is very unsettling, you guys. I don't even like. Oh my gosh, this is horrible. Let me get my. Okay, okay. I just want to get my microphone. How about that, you guys?
So it's now being confirmed.
Did you guys hear the one reporter ask about the suspect asking them to lower the dam? I wonder where they got that information from. That's crazy.
Same place as where he's spreading his feces around the prison wall, I would imagine.
Thank you, friend.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, love you too. Oh, friends, I love y'all, man. I know some of y'all are crying. I see it. This is not the outcome we wanted. You know, it's just horrible. Horrible. Thank you, friend.
She's been messaging you on Facebook.
Aw.
She said we want to take you to dinner.
Oh, thank you,
Okay
friend.
with that.
Maybe under a different circumstance.
Have a good day.
Thank you for. I'm so sorry. That's okay. Thank you for all I really appreciate it. Y'all stay safe out here. It's just crazy people, man. I don't know what's
You
going on.
said that some of the cameras are very
Thank you.
close. Is that some of the closest cameras that you have when you were working at Walmart to the person's face?
We're gonna be friends.
The only other close ones I would think of would be the entrance and the exits.
No,
Oh,
we
man,
haven't
guys.
confessed to doing it.
Hi. Oh, yeah.
Get a little bit closer.
I came out here
Yes, there are some of those.
earlier and
Specifically, do you have any like that that comes with a label called razor blades when it comes to your video?
Yes.
Why is it that Walmart keeps video footage over the razor blades section?
That's just another aisle that's considered high risk.
I'd like to play one of the other tracks that you provided on the razor blades in December 30th, 2021, from 14:32:50 through 14:34.
Wow.
I asked you about this video. Is this that other view?
It is.
When you say the
How
same
could he
people
not
in this
know?
video,
We can.
I apologize, I was talking over that part. Would you please let us know when you see them, and I will pause the video footage. So going back now.
I see them, and they're on the far left of the screen.
Would you please point out where they are?
So it's confirmed. All three. Right,
The
confirmed.
cosmetic section that we saw them walking through before, is that just to the left or the right of this camera?
It's to the left.
To the left.
20 remains been taken to the coroner, so they are now obviously doing their autopsy and investigations. They believe they have got the right man, but they're going through all of the process that they need to. They haven't yet decided whether it's going to be a DP case or not, although it's a capital case. So my understanding is a capital case in Texas is a DP case. And I get the feeling that you guys have the DP case there, but the DAs doesn't tend to want to do it. Like, you know, it's like Savannah Soto.
You see them again?
I do.
Again, they're not pushing the death penalty on that. There was 3 people. That little baby did not,
That's correct.
not yet.
Where are the exits in relation to this line?
The exits. So the general merchandise exit is just to the right of this camera view.
Supposed to go to school. All her
Correct.
friends.
So just past this aisle is the pharmacy, and then right after the pharmacy is a general merchandise exit.
And what about the grocery exit?
That's further down.
Same direction.
Correct.
And with regards to these 2 individuals, were you able to capture footage, or were you able to see footage that was captured of them exiting?
How do you know that,
I was.
John Perry?
That's
Now,
play
I have to
the
say,
exhibit, track that you provided
when they were
exit
asked
grocery.
questions, they didn't want to answer them
December
all.
30th,
And
2021.
obviously, it's an ongoing investigation, so I get it. When they say things like, so we've heard that she was tied to something to weigh her down.
You see the gentleman in the tan hat?
I do.
And can you describe what
Get
he's wearing?
that source from somewhere.
He is still wearing the tan hat and the Coors t-shirt.
But they don't want to say about it.
Seconds in.
They don't want to acknowledge that it is
Woman
perhaps
in the dark coat.
the case, but it's
I do.
there is speculation anyway now.
She is.
And
In regards to all of the footage.
why
that's
would you
available
ask
on
that in a
this
press
particular drive,
conference? Because if the police wanted people to know that, they would make it on the press conference.
It does not.
It's
and other
fair.
than the fact
The
that
member of the press has gone, hey, what's she tied down? And like, you don't want to
It does
divulge
not.
that. Well, when they say that, that says to me,
I do not.
because if it was a no, it would just be a no.
Finally, back at the
But when there's
service
a
desk,
yes, I kind of feel they just sort of can't answer that at the moment.
or to minutes in. You've reviewed all of this footage, is that correct, Mr. Dick?
I have.
In regards to this,
Yes, I mean, they have.
is this particular individual, the one in the light blue
All the
sweatshirt,
names.
stay there for the fish transaction?
She does.
Do you see her exit with the other two or not?
She does not. She actually exits a different door.
Mr. Doe, going to end there. With regards to
Exactly.
that and the other footage on there, once you have that provided.
We need to know
I'm
whether
sorry,
she
once you
had
have that
clothes on.
obtained,
Absolutely not.
I don't recall if I gave it to an officer exactly or if I dropped it off at the front desk. But I know the video was for Detective Bergeron Rosa.
Other than the footage that we went through, I know you stated that there are additional moments in that footage of that you provided of them walking around the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
For what's been admitted as an exhibit here today, is there any additional footage of them closer up to the face, or what we see was as close as we could get?
That's as close as we could get.
You should be fried.
Just a moment, please.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
How can the people that aren't for the death penalty that they were
Excuse me, just briefly. For those that don't know what an Echo ATM is,
When we hear what's done,
and how it works,
surprise and say,
you walk up to the machine with whatever you want to exchange, right?
That's correct.
And then you scan it, right?
I believe so.
Okay, do you know the rest of it?
I don't know the entire process, no.
Okay, okay. And have you seen? Never mind.
That we sometimes aren't in tune with, and we can say, you know, like, but it's not the time no more. It's not the
So when
time.
you step down, you are excused.
But we can use this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is
We can
just
use
the right time to
stories
take a
to
lunch break. So
caution
thank you
other
for your
people
attention
so it
this
doesn't
morning.
happen
We'll
again.
take a lunch break now, 1
That
hour.
is that it does happen every
Starting
day.
back in 1 hour.
Story
So
was able to
please be
get
back
more
from
shine
lunch
on
at
it.
10 after 1. Okay,
But
10
this
after 1.
happens
Thank
a
you,
whole
everybody.
lot more than what people even want to think. Let's be honest. It's not a time to be shaming nobody. Let it go, friends. I'm angry too. I want to say, man, friends, I want to say a bunch of shit. We want to say, man, I'm there with you. Just, I'm there with you. Yeah. You already know she's been found. She's been found, y'all.
let's go
Just with regards to the state's
You
next
can be
witness-
seated. Sorry.
With regards to the state's next witness, we will ask if the lights can be dimmed as much as possible due to the medical condition that he is facing right now.
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
My mate
Let's surprise
JD.
the jurors
I
and
like
let's really
JD.
start at 10 after
Charming.
1.
I like
If for any reason there's some issue that comes up during lunchtime and you want to see me, just
have
let a
that
court officer
loading
know
in.
or let someone know. They'll come get me. I'm available. Okay.
I will be reviewing another exhibit by the state that I have not seen.
You have one.
It is not about the next
Now,
witness, and I'm sure
these
the next witness
are
will be a while,
interesting
so
because
it's nothing that
I'm
needs to be
looking
brought
here
up
at some
during
feeds
lunch,
in the
but
stream center.
I don't know if I will
And
have
I
an issue or
do
not.
If you
see
do,
another chopper feed.
let's try to flip. You know, if you do and you know you do, and we can
Difficult
address it
whether or not
before we
that's
come back.
live
I'd
feed
rather do
or
that than try to do
are
it
they
when we're
feeding back video to stations? We are really
when
at
we
the
just have a
heart of
short
news
break. So
time.
if there's something you know that we can address that you have, then let me know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Google, there's a lot of confusion. I already see a lot of comments coming in. McDougal
Oh, yes.
was arrested
Counsel,
on Friday
anybody
on an
needed for
unrelated
transport
charge of aggravated assault. He was
Tomorrow.
accused
I'm sorry, Tuesday.
Sources told area television stations or newspapers. I wasn't sure which outlet it was, but you heard some of the questions that were asked during the press conference where they, one of the reporters said that there were sources indicating that McDougal was the one who offered the suggestion of lowering the water in the river from the reservoir to be able to get to the body of Audrey Cunningham. And again, I haven't read any details yet as to what the dynamic is like with McDougal and whether or not there is what kind of legal advice, what kind of counsel he's receiving while in lockup in Polk County. But yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of comments here on social media, a lot of comments in our comment section, people just, wanting to know more about trusting your child to somebody who, again, would be responsible for her disappearance and death, according to authorities. And I do this with a lot of live streams, but I there's a lot of finger pointing that goes on in the aftermath of breaking news like this. And again, there's still a lot that we do not know about this story and about what transpired on Thursday and Friday. They haven't even formally arrested McDougal yet. I understand that it's pretty much a formality at this point, them actually going through with the arrest and charges being filed in the pursuit of justice for Audrey Cunningham. However, just again, be mindful that everyone is still, this is news that is still sinking in. And so exactly, we don't know what McDougal told authorities, trying to figure it out. Okay, if you use hashtag KJB, we can, of course, animate your comments on screen. And we'll be doing this over the coming days as well with additional live streams. I'll be doing a live stream tomorrow as well. And again, yeah, for those of you new to the program, if you use that hashtag, we're able to pluck your comment out of the comment section and put it up here on screen. Monkey Mar says, do you know how long the monster lived on the property? And again, that's the words of one of our commenters. I didn't see that detail, exactly how long it was, but that's of course going to create, I mean, was it years? Was it months? Was it years?
So for those who don't know the situation in the family, I mean, most people who are here probably know the situation and the scenario that this girl lives in or lived in. So Mum did not have custody. Okay. Now there was some issue with Mum having the custody, and some issue with Mum actually accessing her rights to visit and have visitation with Audrey, and that there was threats and various different things. So consequently, she didn't have custody. We don't know why that is. There's rumour and speculation, and I'm not going there with the rumour and speculation because I can't prove it. And the mother has said, if you can prove it, go and prove it. So go fill your boots and prove it if you can prove it, and then show us, and then we'll show it. But we don't know what the reason was. And at this point, it really doesn't matter. She just didn't have custody. Audrey was living with her father, who has been very quiet actually through this whole process, and his mother, her grandmother, and there's speculation on the grandmother. However, don't know anything about the grandmother. Don't know how true it is. Never seen the medical records, so I can't prove it. So again, at this point, it's really irrelevant on her in its entirety. However, on the property lived Stephen McDougal, Don Stephen McDougal, and he was the one that sported the lovely, grotesque swastika tattoo and let Audrey tattoo him, had been in contact with the mum, trying to arrange for the mum to meet Audrey. Now, I personally think it was probably a setup to take them both. Thinking on it, and the more I've slept on it, that's where my brain goes. However, Stephen has a rap sheet as long as my arm. He's got offences, and they are against children. He should have been on a sex offence register, but they say he didn't need to be. He dropped her off at the bus station. School didn't notify the family until about 1 o'clock. So he's had all that time to do what he needed to do, and then she doesn't get off the bus after school. So mum finds out in the evening, and then obviously that's when the ball starts rolling. So that's this is the scenario that this poor girl was living in. But at this point, we do not know the ins and outs of everything that's gone on between those families and what's led to what, and what even has led to that dude having access to Audrey, and how in this scenario, if the things that we are hearing are true, how even the dad got custody. That's all stuff that's going to be looked at, I'm pretty sure.
Not entirely sure.
Sorry, Ed.
Let's bring up some of the video here again, show you everybody the area where Audrey Cunningham's remains were found underneath the surface
But
of the
how
water
did she get
at
the
the
custody
Trinity
if
River
what I'm hearing is true?
in Livingston, Texas. All right. Cliff says, hashtag HJB prayers for the family, prayers for the princess. Yeah, no, it's very, what we see a lot with cases like this is that the social media reaction so often just goes to how could this happen? Who could do this? How would somebody do this to an 11-year-old girl? When really it's, we don't see as many comments like this one from Cliff, who are, again, pointing to the fact that this is a family right now that is their worst nightmare has come to life.
Well, I
really,
think the mum was probably more fit.
For a parent to lose their child for an
We
extended
don't know
period of
about the
time,
Ruggs
even
situation. We
minutes can
can't
feel
prove
like an
it.
eternity.
There's
This
no
has been
evidence
days,
of that.
really almost the entirety of the last week.
At this point,
What,
it
5
doesn't
days?
matter.
Tuesday.
At this point, Audrey has been found deceased.
So really the entirety of the weekend, not having any
And this whole mess has
ideas
led
to
to
where
it.
Audrey
And that's
was. But yeah, the
consequence we're gonna
family
have to live
oftentimes
with
get,
for whatever
has got,
reason we are where
we've
we
seen it
are.
in so many cases before. The family gets forgotten about really in the aftermath of news like this because so many people just want there to be answers and justice. To AS Russell 96, does he have any prior history as a sex predator? I have not seen anything in regards to that.
No, he was trying to
find reporters that, and trying to find
today
people that have been following this case and really know the ins and outs, because
she's been found today.
I'm catching up with a lot of the reports that are coming out of really what is the Houston market.
The interview with Mum is
Television
questionable.
stations
I
and,
picked up contradictions.
And really the media industry, when it
matter
comes to
at this
local
point.
news, it's governed by markets. This is the Houston market.
Because now her little girl is deceased.
Aha. So, according to our newsroom passing this along to me, McDougal was accused of attempting to engage in sexual contact with a girl under the age of 17 back in 2007. Okay, so this is coming from...
Wow, you say that she should have been in care. We
KPRC.
just had Denal Taylor, foster mother, killed him. He was 5.
Let's bring up this report. You know what?
Yeah, the dad
No,
has been
I'm
so
done with
quiet
Microsoft Edge.
for this.
That's okay. Here we go.
They have
The body of missing 11-year-old girl, Audrey Cunningham, the Livingston girl at the center of an Amber Alert, has been found, located in Trinity River on Tuesday, according to KPRC2 sources and a family friend of the girl.
Yeah, they said
This
he
is coming
shouldn't
from
be, but he should be, as far as I'm concerned. If you try and entice a child, then you should be
In
on
March
the sex offenders
2007,
register.
McDougal allegedly attempted to engage in sexual contact with a girl under the age of 17. According to a grand jury indictment, McDougal removed another female from the bed where the victim was sleeping before he got in the bed with the victim and, quote, well, what is in parentheses as, pulled her pajama bottoms and panties down, end quote. The Brazoria County grand jury indicted him in July of 2007. His bond was set at $25,000 at the time. Charges in the case of Audrey's disappearance have not yet been filed. Yeah, so that, of course, is disturbing.
Yes, it is.
The sheriff saying that McDougal was a friend of the family, friend of the father. He was allowed to live there in a trailer behind the house. Whether I don't see anything here in this Clip 2 Houston report, again, coming from KPRC. They're our NBC sister station in Houston.
No, you're not.
It
Big.
doesn't make
Don't
it
start
clear
that
as
in the
to whether or
chat. Not
not
at the minute. No one's
the
muted.
Cunningham family was aware of that 2007 incident. But you'd have to imagine that you wouldn't. Not too many people out there would want their child being dropped off to school by somebody who faced such an accusation, even if it was nearly 20 years ago. Was it 17 years ago? Yeah.
Trying to see, like, that dam is huge.
It goes without saying, right? If you knew that your friend,
Let me just turn the
Even-
camera around.
even an accusation now, attempted to engage in sexual contact with a minor, and that there were details such as removing a female from a bed where the victim was sleeping, and before that he got in the bed and victim and pulled her pajama bottoms and panties down. Again, that's from the grand jury indictment. That's
well,
that would disqualify
according to
most people
sources,
from being able to
he's
look
thrown
after a
his
kid and
feces
drop
around.
that kid off at school.
Anyway, I don't think
Now,
you can mute other mods.
What the Cunningham family knew, I don't see in this report. But obviously it's deeply disturbing.
So that's the cordon, guys. You can see onto the main road. So see the
All right, let's move on to the next comment.
So this is the look at the
Hashtag
size of that
KJB
dam,
from
guys.
Marty McFries. Do you think
you
that the
look.
crime deserves the death penalty? That's really not for me.
I think she's somewhere here.
We get
In
this
this bit
question
here.
so often. And we get it so often when it comes to crimes against children. Because, and I'm very aware that we have an international audience that watches us here on live stream, right? We have people that watch us from Europe, from Asia, from Africa, people that watch us from around the world, from different countries. Many countries where
I think he tried to frame Mum as well.
the death penalty is frowned upon.
So you can
But
see.
the death penalty in this country,
It's a big area.
To be clear, in some states it is allowed. Texas is one of those states. Florida is another one of those states. I have worked as a reporter in states that do and do not have the death penalty. And the death penalty is most commonly brought up in my experience is doing what I do on social media. The death penalty is most commonly brought up in cases surrounding kids, because anyone who would inflict harm or worse, death upon a child, you automatically think that there are few crimes that get worse than that. Doing something to a child or claiming a child's life. So it's not, and again, I say this all the time on stream. It's not that the purpose of our interaction on live stream isn't for me to answer a question like this. You're absolutely able to ask this question of other, but it is my responsibility as an interactive journalist to tell you that this case, even though it looks and it might feel to be slam door shut
Yeah, they have.
They
Lulu.
haven't
They're
even finished the
found her.
paperwork on the arrest warrant yet,
It's really
as
sad.
it was clear in the press conference. They have yet to proceed with a formal arrest of McDougal. So to say that, that this crime deserves the death penalty, look, Audrey Cunningham, her story, you would hope, will get told in time. And then this question will be able to be more
Such a big area.
answered with more of a sense of responsibility than we can answer it now. But this just goes to show, I'm putting this up on screen simply because so many people feel as if you're committing a crime against a child, it deserves a capital punishment. This is interesting. So me on YouTube Live says #KJB, none of us do background checks on friends. Sheriff stated, no, the family did not know it happened in another county. Yeah, I might have missed that from the press conference. We were still getting live in a lot
Interesting.
of
So
different
they
places.
allegedly didn't know.
So
They didn't
it's true.
know, apparently.
I don't do background checks on my friends. But at the same time, I don't have a lot of friends. So, I mean,
Me neither.
so it's one of those situations where, do you really know? Ask yourself this question, parents out there. Do you really know who you're trusting your child with? Do you
I
really know?
wouldn't trust someone
think
with
you
a
know.
source sticker.
Do you really know?
That would be a big no for me.
Also, too, this applies as well to play dates
She's deceased.
and
just
sleepovers. Your kid comes home and makes a best friend, and you're so excited because your child has just made a friend at
Well,
school
no, because
that you
family
think would be,
members,
maybe a friend for
family
life,
members.
just because of how famously they get along. You meet their parents, this child's parents, and you're saying, all right, we're going to arrange a play date. But how much do you really know about the parents? This happens every single day.
Yeah, she's gone.
Now, this is a different dynamic than the hypothetical I was just stating. This is a man who was living on a camper on the family property. That's a whole other level of trust. To live in a camper right near you like that. Rebuke wants to know, did the suspect lead them to the body? That has been what has been insinuated by local media through sources close to the investigation, but Stacy says #AJB, just wondering if they have a GoFundMe page started for her, or really will be for the family. And yeah, I haven't seen, and
Yeah, I mean, if you're having someone living on your property,
always be mindful of attempts at capitalizing on tragedy. So just wait until local media. This is where local media can really be helpful in vetting GoFundMe pages or vetting any crowdfunding operation. If there is an opportunity to help the Cunningham family, you will have time to do that. Don't rush and throw your money at something that might not be the real thing. I'm not saying that there is or isn't the real thing. I'm just saying that this is still so fresh that please be careful and be vigilant when it comes to the fact that there's so many people out there who will try to profit off of someone else's grief. Makeup by Rocky, friend of the program, says, my friends and I do background checks to each other for fun, and we are next to each other.
what? For
I
fun?
mean, man, that's an interesting get together if you're around friends. And Rocky, I'll just say that, a lot of times people will play, board games or Twister or something like that. So
Not-
to sit around and
not
do
get the
background checks on
background
one
check.
another. I guess, what do you mean? Like Googling? Everyone Googles each other?
You've got to be careful who you're donating
Well,
it to
if-
as well,
If
because
somebody had a criminal history and they
they
were
are
at this
looking
party,
to
they might
arrest him for capital murder.
look for the door pretty quickly as to not have their sketchy past uncovered. Yeah, this is tragic, man.
It takes me back to, well,
11 years old. And we haven't even talked about motive. But would any motive make sense?
no,
No, probably not.
no, absolutely. This is like one of the
William
most
says, my prayer to her and her family.
senseless things.
Steve wants to know how long she had been missing. She'd been missing since Thursday. She didn't make it to school. Supposed to get dropped off to the bus stop. That's all day Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and now Tuesday. So day 6. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yes, Isabella, was it someone she knew personally? Yeah. This was a routine for the family, as we understand it. There are some questions as to Felix. I see your question, and it's just too early in this case for me to even put that up on screen because there's we don't know. We don't know. It's just way too early. We'll be wrapping up the live stream here soon. For those of you who follow the channel, I'm sorry, I'm reading some details. For those of you who follow the channel, we are going to be back live tomorrow. I believe the time is noon. You can follow me on Twitter, on Instagram, for where I put out updates. People have been asking for. I follow the Gabby Petito case quite a bit, and quite a lot. And there's been just an absolute massive truckload of documents that have dumped in that case in the last week, where that case now, we have so many more answers than we did really a week, 2 weeks ago.
There
I mean, the amount
certainly
of
has
documents that
been.
have been coming out in that case with sworn testimony, really sworn depositions that have shed light on some questions that have gone unanswered for years. The plan is for us to stream tomorrow around
That'd be
noon.
interesting.
That's the plan. And answer as many questions as we can on that story, given that a civil trial, the Gabby Petito trial, would be happening in just 3 months, really less than 3 months from now, right here in Florida. So that's tomorrow, and we'll do our very best to answer as many questions there live. I believe, as far as who my guest is going to be for that stream, we'll get to that tomorrow. But I wanted to pass that along before we begin to wrap up the stream here. just reading some of your comments, yeah, it's heartbreaking, and I know now that there's already a litany of conspiracy theories, or what would qualify, I should say, rather, as a conspiracy theory, something that you could chalk up to being a conspiracy theory, just because now you have, okay, so what happens now is you'll have a tremendous amount of sleuthing that goes on, and that can be both to the case's benefit and both, and it could also really complicate and detract from the case as well. Sleuths will go into social media histories, things that, as reporters, there are certain limitations that we have when it comes to, connecting certain dots, especially when it comes to a social media profile or someone's social media history. But the sleuth community can connect those dots, even though from journalism standards, that would be considered to be reckless or improper. That there's a lot of things that you could, a lot of ways you could label some of the pieces that are put together by sleuths on places like Reddit and Discord and all these channels where people come together to try to solve a case or put together a case. And look, a lot of it will really lead to something that could be tangible. And a lot of the conversations that you will see, and I know because I have friends in law enforcement, a lot of the conversations that you will see on the back channels of the internet are conversations that law enforcement officers have because they are working the case, and social media is so often a massive component to the case, and the digital operations that exist with various law enforcement agencies across the country, they have grown because digital forensics, digital evidence, digital digging, if you will, is so key oftentimes to unearthing the truth behind a particular story. So a lot of those, but us as reporters, we of course have a very strict set of guidelines, or not even guidelines really, but we have a way of going about things to vet the information before we report it. But when it comes to online sleuthing, you don't have to. If you find something, you just retweet it or you post it, and you say, "Look at this, look at that," and then of course that's where speculation enters the picture. And the more speculation that enters in to the picture, the more that you have a lack of credible information at the center of your fact-finding mission. So the reason I bring this up is because I'm already seeing a number of, oh, look at this, look at that, and even links being shared, people to, in connection with this story. Again, as a reminder, really, I'm going to tell you exactly how I'm going to proceed with this story. I'm going to be really paying attention to Houston media and trying to find some of the reporters in Houston that have really been paying attention to this case since Thursday, and unearthing some of the most credible information in the case thus far. And so I encourage you as a news consumer, the news audience at large, to do the same. Try to find reporters in Houston that have really been doing their very best to report fact on this story every step of the way. And it's hard for me to bring up comments at this stage in the story just because there's so much still that is unclear and so much that we still do not know. Even some of the questions.
So he will face arrest.
Karen says, hashtag AJB, Audrey Cunningham, rest in peace. I hardly know what to say beyond that. So sad. Condolences to all who loved dear Audrey. Again, we don't know why somebody would do this. We don't know how Audrey was killed. We have a suspect. I think it's fair to call we have stages within our terminology when someone is given a label, and really,
very much so.
Person of interest is here. Person of interest is not a suspect. Let me be clear. Person of interest is a person that has been identified by law enforcement as piquing their curiosity. And a person of interest is someone also as well that law enforcement are comfortable giving a public label, but it is not a suspect. A suspect is to be suspected of a crime. And so now, based on this press conference, I don't know if the word suspect was used, but you can basically, by the book, upgrade McDougal to being a suspect and no longer a person of interest in the death of Audrey Cunningham. But exactly what transpired, that remains to be seen. Folks, that's going to wrap it up for me here on the live stream. As a reminder, we are going to be, let's see here. We are going to be streaming tomorrow around noon. That's the plan, barring any breaking news, of course, happening. We are going to be streaming here in the Stream Center with the latest on. We have combed through more than 1,000 pages in the Gabby Petito O'Brien laundry case. That case is getting really close to trial, and we're going to be talking about that Wednesday afternoon. I believe our stream start time as of now is about noon. I'll be joined by a guest here in the Stream Center. I'm looking forward to having this guest back on stream. It's been a while since I've had this person on stream.
Oh,
so
what's his name?
I'm really looking forward to that. And we'll be going through some of the documents. I've received a lot of messages, people asking me, JB, when are you going to stream about all the documents that came out in that case? And tomorrow, as it stands, is going to be the day. And I'll also be answering, as someone who has studied this case relentlessly for the last several years, I'll be answering as many questions as possible. So
He's come on with Waltz, didn't he?
you can read my reports on WFLA.com pertaining to Brian Laundrie, Gabby Petito, the Laundrie parents, the lawsuit that, of course, is scheduled for trial in May. And then bring your questions tomorrow, and I'll answer as many of those questions as I absolutely can. Really appreciate your time here, folks, and we'll see you next time here on WFLA Now from the Stream Center.
One of the reporters asked.
We're back with
I forgot.
Brizzy.
But he asked what she asked. What she said. Oh, friends, we ran into one of our missing kids while we were out there. Kyle, beautiful baby boy, friends. He was missing a few years ago. He came up missing. And because of you guys, listen, friends, this is why we have to share these flyers and this stuff. This is not a game. These missing people situations are dire. A mom was reunited with her son who'd been missing, friends, a real missing person. And that was us. Did y'all hear that? I didn't even know if the sound was on or not because the microphones were moving around a lot. But a mom came up to me, like I was already hurting for this. And it was like a little bit of hope that came back to me. And a mom bought me her son. He's a sophomore now in high school. She bought me her baby. And you guys helped get him back to her mom or his mom. Man. He's from out here. Gorgeous, too. He looks so beautiful. Beautiful. He's going to graduate in 2 more years. I told him I want graduation pictures. Yeah, friends, this hurts. Shout out to Texas EcuSearch. Shout out to all law enforcement. They put a lot into this effort, The things that were against them, though, like the dam needed to be slowed down in some kind of way. Do you see how the current is slow? Look, friends. Look at the current. Look at the current. It's probably still closed right now. They probably have to open it back up in a little bit. But the current is slow. All these other days that I've been out here filming, hey, friend, all these other days that I've been filming, it's been fast. And she was in this area the whole time. Oh, man. They were working against a lot of odds, you know. They would have still found her, according to our sheriff from Polk County.
Well,
Byron, Sheriff Byron.
That kind of says a bit about how she was left.
They already cleared up the scene, friends. There's no more tape. My girlfriend Ariel is on the other side, I think. And I asked her, I said, hey, babe, are they still investigating? And she said, no, it's already clear. So they must have been at this most of the day, y'all. Probably since earlier, like before noon for sure. Because, you know, these crime scenes don't wrap up fast. So they had to have been here during the morning. Man, what are your thoughts, man? Send up some little purple hearts, y'all. Look, she liked purple, so, you know, you want to honor her, you know, besides prayer, wear some purple. And they're still flying up in the air. I hope, man, y'all know what I hope. We want some street justice. On the side note, can I tell y'all something that kind of bothered me a little bit? We need, look, I'm going to say something. I get about the Constitution, that they got to find things. We need more passionate DAs. We need district attorneys that's, when you ask them, hey, are you guys going to seek the death penalty? Especially a story
like this one. You need someone that's going to go, hell yes.
Say, yes, we're going to try to go for the max. We don't need somebody to say, well, we're going to try to get whatever, we're going to look into, we got to investigate it further to say, we're going to try to give justice for the victim, blah, blah, blah. We need that kind of, that energy. We've got to investigate and find what we can do. And no, hell no. We need DAs that fight, man. They light that ass up. We need a different kind. I feel sad because this is a capital crime, y'all. It's a child, and depending and all the things that she might have went through, that's a capital punishment. That y'all know how that ends. Capital punishment is life.
Yes, Chrissy.
Not like sentencing. Like take this life. We're Texas. There's a death penalty around in here. We're Texas. This is a great state of Texas.
Audrey has sadly been found deceased.
Yeah. Laura says, I'm heartbroken. I prayed so hard for this sweet child. Yes, friend. Yes. The news stations are over there too. Liz says, as a prior victim of Stephen McDougal, I pray he gets what he deserves. Yes, baby. Praying for you. Praying for you. I think I've talked to your loved ones. I'm not good with the names because I've been talking to a lot of people, but prayers for you, honey. Prayers for you, baby. I'm just out here, friends. I ain't got nothing to report. This is the reflection hour with your girl Grizzy, man. We're just sitting here. And search for Audrey has ended. Audrey has been found. She's not here. She's already been taken to I guess their medic.
So that is the update on Audrey. Sadly, Audrey has been found and Audrey is deceased. Yeah, HD. Yeah, she's done good. She's done good. Yeah. She is someone in, I believe that obviously she lives in that area, you know, Texas, and she, I suppose she's a content creator / almost journalist and reports on stuff like boots on the ground, a bit like JLR, but Grizzy. Yeah. There's no answer. There's just. My brother lives in Houston. Houston. That's all we can hope for, Jazz. That's all we can hope for, that she didn't suffer in the dam. They apparently were able to lower the dam water because before that they couldn't, due to, I guess, the conditions of the tide, water and stuff. So now it's a case of waiting for autopsy information, the arrest. When I talk, it makes me yawn. I hate it. I can imagine that it's tricky. We found out, I think, about 2 hours before the press conference, because we got the notification there was going to be a press conference, but it was not the right time. But the Polk Sheriff's Twitter gave us the right time. So, yeah, well, we knew something. We didn't know exactly because we couldn't confirm it, because we wouldn't confirm it without hearing it from police. But, bearing in mind it's me, it's like 11 o'clock here. But they had cordoned it all off as a crime scene. So, I mean, you have to read into that anyway, but yeah. I dread to think what he did with her before. And what I don't think is good is that the media started to, say stuff and drop bits of information on there. I don't think it was appropriate. But what I'm going to do, because there's a whole bunch of new guys in here, I'm going to replay the press conference so everyone can rehear the press conference, because not everyone has heard the press conference before I end the live. I was going to go into the Harmony Montgomery hearing for today, but I feel it's a lot because to me it's a lot. It's a lot. Oh my god! Oh, this talking thing makes me yawn. I'm not even tired. No, she didn't. Absolutely. Yeah, drop if you need to drop. So yeah, I'm going to play the press conference. Then I'll give you the update on. Well, I'll give you the update on Abdul Zaidi. Abdul Zaidi has allegedly potentially been found in the River Thames. They can't formally identify him by his fingerprints, or apparently by his features. Bearing in mind his eye is gone because he burnt it and melted it out. So that doesn't factor in here. So they're going at the moment by Abdul Zaidi's clothes and his belongings that he had on him. And he's been floating in the river. So, you know, but apparently they're going to try and get some DNA on him. I hope it's him. I hope it's him, and it's not just being said that this is the situation, because they apparently found him yesterday. Because the victims in all of this have to live knowing that if he's not found, can you imagine having that in the back of your mind all this time? So let's play the presser again.
Thanking the media for some,
This is for those that missed it. Right, I'm going to the bathroom. You guys listening?
good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I want to first start by thanking the media for helping us with the coverage over Audrey, over her missing. Your help has been immensely appreciated. It has been great. I want to thank again everyone who has been engaged in the effort.
Okay. Detective Bergeron Rosa, can you begin by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, ADAMBERGERON-ROSA.
Also want to have a say thank you
With the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
for lowering the water levels so that the divers could
Where do I currently reside?
reach areas of
I currently reside in Allenstown, New Hampshire.
this time. I sadly
My whole
announced that Audrey's body was located at the Trinity River on the U.S.
Work for the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you worked there?
Just over 15 years.
I will discontinue the Amber Alert.
And what is your current assignment with the
I want to
Manchester
thank
Police Department?
EPS,
I'm a detective.
Department of Public Safety, for all their help in this alert.
To investigate the crimes within the city of Manchester. That includes things like interviewing victims, suspects, witnesses, other involved parties, processing crime scenes, documenting evidence, collecting that evidence, and I'm also a liaison officer between Leads Online and the Manchester PD.
District Attorney's Office in Trinity County and Liberty County. It just
Yes, I am.
My heart aches
When need be, yes.
with this news, and I express with my deepest sympathies and condolences to everyone who
Yes.
knew, who cared
Are you
for,
on medical leave currently?
Currently, I'm on FMLA.
the Sheriff's Office. We will
And
continue
you're actually out
to
this entire month, is
process
that
the
right?
evidence
I
that
am.
has been gathered to
So again,
ensure
if you need to
that
take a break
justice
at any point, just let us know.
Okay.
And at this time, I will turn the podium over to the Polk County District.
You mentioned working for the Manchester Police Department for 15 years.
Yes.
Any other law enforcement experience outside of that?
Not outside the Manchester
My name
Police
is
Department.
Shelley Sitton, and I am
As an officer with the
Polk County
Manchester Police
District
Department, did you
Attorney.
graduate from the
I just want to
police,
take a few moments to
New Hampshire
explain
Police
how we're going to
I
move
did in
forward.
April 2009.
Do you remember what
Based
class
on
you were?
all of the evidence
148.
that law enforcement has collected,
Detective Bergeron
prior
Rosa,
to
while
the
working in your official
process of
capacity as a
preparing the
detective with the
appropriate
Manchester Police
arrest
Department,
warrants for
were you
Don
assigned
Stephen
duties regarding
McDougal.
investigation of the
At this
disappearance of
time,
Adam Montgomery?
we believe the appropriate
And can you
arrest
describe
warrant
generally,
is
just
going to be
generally,
for
so a
capital
bird's eye view
murder
of
in
your
the
role and
death of
participation?
Audrey Cunningham.
Documentation
He's
and
currently
photographing
still
of
in
various
jail
crime scenes.
under an unrelated felony charge.
Anything when it came to Leads Online.
I
During
understand
your
this is
involvement in the
a very
investigation, did you
difficult
participate in
time for
neighborhood
Audrey's
canvassing?
family and for our community.
I did on one occasion, I believe down in Lowell. I did
Substantial
canvass the
law
neighborhood.
enforcement
But-
resources
participate in
that were
various searches
marshaled by the
during the course of
sheriff
your
Lyons,
I did.
I think should
about
show
digs?
you that
It-
this
one occasion,
county
yes.
and
On
law
one occasion? Yes. And
enforcement,
where was that location?
they
I
will
believe
come
it's
out
77
when they
District
need
Street.
to protect our
Did you
children
participate in evidence
and the
processing?
assets
did.
that we have been made
I want to
available
go
to
into
Wall
some of
County
the
to protect
specific
our
things that you
children
did
have been
during the course of your
substantial.
investigation in this case.
And
I
at
want to
this
begin by
point,
talking about the
as
processing of an
Sheriff
Audi
Lyons said, he'll
IS4
continue to
IS4
collect the
during New
evidence and
Hampshire
process that.
registration.
The district attorney's office is going to stand
569334.
right beside them,
During your
follow
involvement, did you
through,
participate in
and
the
we
processing
promise
of
that
that vehicle?
I did.
you can
And
assure that the
what
district
was the
attorney's
condition of that
office
vehicle when you processed
will
it?
be just as
It was poor.
dedicated in this case as
Specifically,
every one of these law
the
enforcement
inside was
officers that are
damp,
standing
covered in
behind
mold.
you to do what is right for Audrey and bring justice to our
The condition of the vehicle was poor.
Imagine.
What was your specific role in processing that
At
vehicle?
this time, if
To
you
apply,
have
to apply
questions,
Blue Star
we'll
to the
open it up
interior
for a
of the
few
vehicle and
questions.
document the results.
And were you assisted by other detectives in processing that Audi IS4?
I was.
And do you recall their names?
I
Detective
cannot
Bombard and
speak to that.
Detective Rayland.
At this time right now, we have.
Do you recall when that processing occurred?
January 21st, 2022 through January
At that time,
23rd,
we will
2022.
await their results to be able to determine
And
the cause and
I
method
think you
of.
mentioned this, but you used a chemical process called Blue Star. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We believe that there is
And
enough.
the jury's heard
Yes.
a lot about Blue Star during the course of this trial. Let me ask you this: Did you receive
Stephen,
presumptive
Don
positive
Stephen
results during
McDougal
the process
lead you
of
to that location
We did.
on the
And,
river where you
with
found
the
her body?
samples that
Did
you
he tell
received
you where to
presumptive
find?
positives on, what did you do with those samples?
That was evidence.
So if it was on a part of the vehicle that could be
Was
removed,
collecting
we removed that
the cell
article that
phone
had that
through the
presumptive
cell
positive on it,
phone
and
analysis
then
as
package that
well as
article as
through
evidence.
our
If they were on parts of the vehicle that
videos that
could not
we
be
were able to
removed,
collect.
we took a blood swab
Exactly,
or
and
a
some of
swab
the information that
of
we
that
received
area
from
of that
him,
presumptive
we were
positive.
able to pinpoint and
So
said
you
there
swapped
were
the area.
several
Yeah, we
points
swapped
of
Do you
interest
know what occurred with
that
those
was
samples
turned
after
over
your
to us so
processing?
that we were able
I
to
don't.
develop. And
Do you believe they
thank
would have
you,
been sent to
that I praise
lab?
God.
Oh, of course.
One of those places of interest.
And we've already heard
we
from
were
the
able to
folks at the
locate.
lab, so I'm
As
not
I
going to question you
as
about
I
that.
understand it,
I want to switch gears. I want to talk about a specific address, specifically 177.
Evidence
Lake Ave.
and right now, folks,
I am.
we
Is
start
that also
talking
known as
about
the
how we're
transition
linking evidence to
It
McDougal
is.
and linking
And
evidence
what city
to
is that location?
this
In
case.
Manchester, New
We want to
Hampshire.
be very careful.
Can you
of how we
describe your
do that.
role and participation?
Yeah, we were
I
all
would feel safe
hoping.
to say this. that
Primarily
there
photography
is
and processing
substantial
that
evidence
scene.
through the evidence that we've gathered, and some of that evidence was even gathered by
Processing of
the
the families in transition.
wonderful witnesses and
Do you recall
wonderful
the specific
folks
room
out
that
there
you
in the
were
social
located?
media who sent
I don't
us,
remember the actual room
who sent
number.
us
I do remember
pictures.
being there and doing
Some of that, even that evidence helped
So
us
you
to
took
be able to come
photographs
up
during
with these
that process?
locations, as well as the evidence from cell phones and as videos to pinpoint these
Social
Do you
media.
locations.
recall who you were with
Display.
processing the families in transition shelter?
Yes, I was with Detective
At
Sergeant
this point
Montgomery,
right now, until
Detective
we get
Rayland,
all our information back
Detective
from
Garrett Bombard, and Detective Rayland.
we don't want to release any information concerning
And I'm going to
Audrey
bounce around
and
from thing to thing, but I want to switch gears again. I want to talk about processing of an address 644 Union Street. Are you familiar with that
He
location?
thought she was
And can you describe your
going.
familiarity with that location?
that area is one of the areas of our
It's in Manchester, New Hampshire, more or less at the corner
She
of
went
Union
up
and Orange.
that day.
Big multifamily building.
And again,
several
that's going to be
floors.
developed from some of the evidence, and then
what
yes,
more
there
do we
was
go
some
into?
That's
points
fine. During the course
where
of your
he did
involvement in
give
this case,
information, because there were several
With her little
places that
backpack.
he said that.
Yes.
So it wasn't a location where he said he took her, but there was.
So
a
I was
location
mainly
where he
assigned
said
to take
these were
photographs
locations where
of
he had gone.
processing and evidence collection of the first floor at 644 Union Street in the basement, and whatever evidentiary items came out of that.
Yes.
with regard to the
We would
evidentiary
have
items
found
that came
her
out of
not
the
through,
basement area, can you
not through
walk the
him,
jurors
but
through
we would have found
generally
the evidence that we collected from.
So generally speaking, we were focused on the drain pipes going into the basement, where all the other units converge.
You used a sonar. You used a sonar boat.
That goes down into a single
without
pipe
their
that
sonar
then exits
boat,
the building into
scanning the bottom of the river
street.
for her
How
body.
large are those pipes?
They are the ones that
Very
discovered
large.
the body. Is that correct?
most of them were
Now
very
the
old,
image.
4 or 5 foot sections of
I'm
cast
not
iron.
gonna say who
Cast iron.
exactly or
Yep.
what
I imagine
agency
they would be very heavy.
discovered her,
They were.
her body today.
And
I will say
before we
this,
talk
that
more about those specific
due
pipes,
to the lowering,
what
we
other
were able
agencies
to
have been
contact
present in
TRA,
the process?
Trinity River Authority.
Primarily
slowed
the
down
FBI was
the
present.
You can
outflow
see
And
from
the
the
anger
reservoir,
in
and
this
it allowed the water to
sheriff.
As I recall, they were
body was discovered
processing the
there
top
in the
level
water.
of
But I'm not
a
going to
series
say
of
whether it was
apartments.
Harris County or
I was
Montgomery
not
County or
really
EchoSearch.
there to see what they did.
Conglomeration of a lot of love and law enforcement
on the top level when we were on the floor.
Sources have told us, though, that Stephen McDougal, the one that told you to lower the river, lower the level of the river, you've been told that he actually told you to lower the water on the river. Is that true?
Did you take photographs of the
We
entire
talked to TRA on several occasions
cast iron, those hard
about
cast
lowering
iron
when
pipes
they
were
got to the
removed
point,
from
or they felt it was safe to lower the storm
Yes,
on the river. We were able to get them to do so. Whether or not Mr. McDougal gave us information on lowering the river or not to be able to locate her, that's information that we do not want to release at this time.
Sheriff, one more question. Sheriff, is there any evidence that
Yep. He did advise that was one of the locations that he had gone. Not that he was saying that she was there or any other location, but we know that he went there as well.
I'm just going to ask that you look through each of those in turn.
Until we get all of the evidence and all the autopsy reports, we're gonna have to hold and work with law enforcement to determine what is the best solution to this
BP
case.
is the best
If the
solution.
evidence supports that, that is something that we're gonna look into. Is there any
I
evidence
do.
held somewhere else or was she held this much?
Those are images I took. Yes.
We do not have any evidence at this time that's showing that where she may
Yes.
be killed somewhere else. But again, we are still processing mounds and mounds of information. And Mr. Bob, last question.
is there any evidence that there was anything used to keep the body
All
underwater?
right. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So Detective Berger and Rose, I'm going to leave these with you. I don't know if that was easier than
Thank you all for your questions.
Okay.
I just see the News Nation. Mike.
I'm going to start with a question about those apartment units that you searched. What led you to those apartment units?
As I understood it from the lead detectives on that this case, is it was a prior residence of the people involved.
Who specifically was the prior resident?
Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And so before we get to the actual photos themselves,
So this was a unique circumstance for us. So we had to devise a way to
be honest, like
get the contents of those pipes out so we can then look at them for anything of evidentiary value. So what we did is
I mean,
we suspended the pipes off the back of a police truck off the tailgate at about a 45-degree angle.
you know a bit
And
but
had a sifting device with 3 levels of sifting that
there's only one person that's
we would then power wash the inside of those pipes and the contents would then spill out onto these sifters. And after each pipe was
right
done,
now,
we would
the main
empty
thing
those
is
sifters and look at the contents, see if anything of evidentiary value was.
that law
there.
enforcement can do their job and
Yeah.
prosecute him to the highest, furthest death penalty if they can and will. I hope they will.
Of course, yes.
Because
Those pipes were
it's just
brought to the
really
Manchester
sad
police
when you
station.
think this little girl got up.
and the setup that you're discussing,
On
where specifically in
Thursday.
the Manchester Police Department did that?
These photos, we transferred the pipes to, because this was kind of a large operation, it needed a lot of space. So we went to one of the bays in the highway department across from the parking lot and conducted the sifting there of those pipes.
And obviously, with the person she
And so I'm going to turn your attention to what's been
obviously they
admitted as State's Exhibit 60.
he lived on the property.
Yes.
And so can you explain to the jury what we're seeing in this image?
So we have, the back tailgate of the truck.
Right.
And we strapped down the pipes that we extracted from 644 Union Street. And
Everybody has
these are sifting devices, and power wash one end of them.
right to have their
Contents will
story
spill out onto
shared
here.
and hope
and
you find or know something because we
we would look
you
through
know,
the contents of those pipes after we power washed them thoroughly and see if there
have a big
was
US
anything of
following.
evidentiary value.
And so
Turning your attention to what's been marked
know
as State's Exhibit 59.
who will see something and think, oh, I saw that
That is
down,
one of the
or
pipes after power washing.
that little girls from the, do you know what I mean? You just never know what'll spark in someone's memory when you do a live across the pond, because we have a mix of followers, but I do have a big US following, and you know, if talking about it,
That is in the previous image of the double pipes. That's the one closest to
in
you.
that area,
Power washing.
recognise that car, then
Now, you mentioned the power washing, and I want to turn to States
what's
Exhibit
important.
57. What are we seeing in this image?
A high pressure hose.
I have
That is manned by, I believe,
upload it on there.
but if I remember, it was
Um,
Detective Bombard
we'll
holding that.
upload
And the high pressure hose.
It'll have to be 2 parts. It's
pipe.
I mean, it's only 10 minutes.
Water would shoot down the pipe, and any loose contents
Just
flow
so
down into those sifting devices.
watch it.
And you mentioned those sifting
You'll
devices.
see
Let me ask you this.
the guy's
Too.
face. He's
Was there a forensic
I
anthropologist
think
there that
probably
day?
angry at some of the
There was.
information.
And do you know that individual's name?
To the
I
press.
do not recall, but she was there.
I kind
I
of
don't
hope
recall
that
her name.
Audrey's mum doesn't speak anymore, because
Why was there a forensic
the more
anthropologist?
she speaks,
Well, in the instance that
the
we
worse she's
found any kind of human remains, she would be able to
unintentionally,
assist us
and
in
it then
identifying preliminarily if
the situation,
those
because
remains
they're
were in
looking to
fact
blame other people.
human or not.
And this infuriates me, because yes, they've done wrong. Okay, her dad did wrong. Her mum has obviously done something wrong.
Your work that
wrong
day
situation
processing
that she is
those
in,
pipes.
in
About
her
how long?
not having custody. But that
It was most of the day.
actual person that put his hand
Yes.
on this little girl. And that's where the anger needs.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears again.
That's where the attention needs to be.
And I want to talk about your
Yes,
involvement
their
with collecting
actions weren't
specific
great,
evidence
and
items
yes,
in
they
this case.
should be looked into.
I want to
as
discuss
the-
obtaining
didn't have
evidence
custody,
items
she
ADR2
wasn't in
and
charge.
ADR4.
He was in charge, or the
We
grandmother
spoke earlier
was in
about
charge.
your duties and
Whoever, someone
assignments, and
was
you
in
mentioned
charge,
that you
and
currently
that
serve as a
person didn't
liaison.
do their due diligence to keep this girl safe. So
That's correct.
Can you explain that to me? What is Leads Online?
So Leads Online is a law enforcement pond database that we have
Um,
access to assist us in our investigations,
so that
primarily in
needs to be dealt with
Stillwater.
separate. We need to focus very on the person.
In the city of Manchester, there are rules and regulations that
help
pawn
that little
shops and
girl
secondhand
get
dealers
to school
have to
that day.
document what they bring in
And
from
he didn't
people.
take her.
And
That's
that
the
information gets put on Leads Online, which we can
He
then
is
look
the
at.
one
So,
that
for
needs to
instance,
be
in the most simplest terms, if someone commits a burglary at a residence and steals a
sorted
bunch
out
of
by the
items,
prisoners in the prison.
a lot of times that burglar or their associates, for quick
And then the
cash,
rest can come after.
dumps them off at a
But
pawn
when
shop
everyone starts diverting
and
their attention
gets the
on the
quick
wrong
cash,
people,
and we can see
right time
based on the
stamp,
report,
it detracts from him, and we
statements and everything like that,
him now with
if
people
the
want
items that
the
are similar
justice
or
from him,
different, and
and
we
that needs
compare,
collecting all the
and a
evidence.
lot of
So
times
again,
those items
if you are in that area,
do end
don't
up in
think
pawn
just
shops
because they
for
found
the quick
her
cash that the
that
suspects
your
need, or
evidence,
whatever
your
needs they need.
information,
So a simplified version of
know
that is you're
is
able to track
important. If
specific
you've got
individuals to
something that you think
specific items.
might
Exactly.
help them,
During the course of your investigation,
call them, because
were you tasked
will
with
still
tracking
help
information related to an
with
individual
the
named Kelsey Small?
prosecution
I was.
of
And how about Adam
the
Montgomery?
man that's
I
done
was.
this. So
And did you
do
do that
not
following your
send
assignment?
information
Yes, on January 5th,
feel
2022.
that you were passing by, or you knew
How did you go about
you live in the area,
tracking
you've seen or
tracking
heard
items
something,
related to those two
you know,
individuals?
just
So I signed into the Leads Online
it,
program,
nothing is nothing.
and it's fairly
It's
simple. I have the names of the people of interest, and I plug their names into separate searches, and it pops up with any kind of secondhand transactions, that they conducted at either a pawn shop, and in this case, it occurred at an eco ATM at Walmart.
Say something.
And let me
you know,
back up. There was another individual. Were you assigned to track another individual?
Gotta let,
Yes.
yeah, you know, you've got to let them do what they need to do. The only
Okay.
information we can talk
So I want to
about,
turn your attention to
the only
December
information we
31st,
talk
or
about
sorry, December 30th, rather,
is
of
what we
2021.
prove is a fact, is a fact. It's in black and white, and it's on
You said that your search yielded results. I want to talk specifically about
There's
the
evidence,
results
right?
from that specific day.
We can't have
Can
people
you
going,
walk the viewers
well,
through
Mum said
your involvement in gathering information related to that transaction?
That's
Sure.
not proof, that's just
So I put in the searches for those three individuals in Leads Online, and what came up was on or about December 30th, there were 4 separate transactions for 4 separate electronic devices that occurred at the Eco ATM at Walmart, 725 Gold Street on December 30th,
they're
2021.
fighting their arse.
Those transactions were
And
conducted
so
by
you
Kelsey
have to
Small.
sit on the fence with the
And
information.
in those transactions, I
Like
can
you're seeing
see
with the
a
narcotics
photo
and whatever.
of
We
the individual's
can't
ID,
do that.
because
There
that's
is
what's
no
required to make those
paperwork to
transactions.
substantiate that.
A photo of the individual
Talk
themselves,
about it.
and specific information
Well,
on
at
each
this point in
item,
time
like serial
anyway.
numbers if they're available, and a photo of those items that were sold to
important
that Eco
is-
ATM.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Justice.
So Detective Bergeron.
Yes, I saw someone comment saying, "Can you ask them why they took so long?" It takes a long time to piece evidence together. You don't, you've got to get CCTV footage from various locations, and door cam footage and dash cam footage, and they probably get hundreds, and then they have to piece that together, and then they have to piece, and they've literally pieced it together, and then come into a location. And they narrowed it down to that location, but it's taken this many days.
These are the certified records of those transactions from Eco ATM.
Ideally, you want to find someone quite quickly.
I have.
Because if they can be saved, you want to save them. But in this situation, that's probably was never going to happen anyway. And they're right; they need to piece this together. So when they bring that indictment,
You mentioned that those are the certified records from the Eco ATM transactions. Did you actually obtain those during the
fraud
first
in
year
it,
involved in
and
this
he can
investigation?
I did.
go to court, to a
And is that
jury,
the-
and
is
if he
that
pleads
those
guilty.
documents are they consistent with what you obtained?
Yes, they are.
So that this
I'm gonna
doesn't
ask that you look to the
become
screen
something that's he's found
What's up on
not
the screen,
guilty
is that
with, because
consistent
they
with
rushed
States Exhibit
everything
90 that's
and
in
they
front of you?
just didn't take their time. And I
Oh,
get
yes.
that,
Okay.
and that is far
And feel
better
free
for
to
me
look at States
than
Exhibit
to
90
just
or
go,
the screen
hey,
behind you,
our
whichever one you prefer.
hypothesis, our working hypothesis is she fell in the river. That's it.
So I want to ask you, what's the name of the individual
Yes,
in the top left
Sadly, they have.
that conducted the transaction that day?
And
Elsie Small.
she is no longer on the earth side.
And what was the date and time of the transaction? That should be on the top right.
December 30th, 2021 at 2:18 p.m.
So
And so I want to walk through the phone's make and model.
Samsung Galaxy A01.
keep your eyes posted for
And
information,
that's with
guys.
respect to
Just
one
have
of
a
those
get the
four
facts.
transactions.
I'll
Yes,
post
it is.
them. I'll send them to you. I'll put them out there.
And so I want to ask you this: what
But
amounts
for now, I
did
feel
EcoATM pay?
like it's been very heavy.
$1. $1.
We had the sentencing.
You mentioned this earlier, but
the
you said that EcoATM
really
captures certain
Frank
identifying
program,
information of the people that
and
make the transaction, or the
obviously,
person who
sadly,
makes the transaction.
Yes.
I don't feel
And
justice
so
there,
I
but
want to
we
turn
are
your
where
attention
we
back
are,
to the screen.
and hopefully
Those records that you
they'll
received,
take
did they capture that
and hand
information?
the parole
Yes,
board
they captured this information.
and pay no
And you said you previously reviewed this information. Can you point the jurors to the individual Kelsey Small that you were tasked with?
and then maybe to
track the
10
transaction?
consecutively, and then when they get
Right
to say, no, we're just going to make you do the 5 years. Okay, that would make me feel there, because I feel child abuse cases don't get the time that they should.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, what was the next step of your investigation following receipt of this information?
So
As I
the
said,
next thing
this
I want to
lady
do is
allegedly found in the
I do
river,
what's called, I put a hold on these items,
awaiting more information.
which means I
The
send a
mum
notification
who
to Eco
was
ATM
critical
to say,
is
hey,
stable,
do not dispose of these things. We
so
want
that's
them for our
good news.
investigation.
And why would you put a hold on items?
And obviously this,
So they do not go
rather
wherever
than
they go
going
to their
to,
processing center and get destroyed.
harmony, which is very heavy.
Cell phones, do they generally contain
They've got
recording
between
material?
one
Well,
and
yeah, that
2
too. I mean, the
years,
data on
but
these
it's
electronic
like down
devices
to,
is going to be very
it
valuable
sounds to
to
me
investigation.
like it's
You mentioned
down
putting a
to
hold
the
on those
parole
items. Did you
board
ultimately collect
essentially.
them?
I did.
So once they've served their
And with
minimum
respect to the
term,
device that you
they
just
can
read off to the
apply
jurors,
for
the
parole
Samsung
at
Galaxy
any point,
A01 cell
so they
phone,
could get out.
did you collect that specific item?
I did.
And did you give it a
Actually set
specific
a,
evidence number?
I did.
you're going to do 20 years
ABR4.
minimum, or you're going to do
ABR4.
10 years minimum. It's kind of anywhere between 1 and 15 years consecutive. So I'm assuming that she would do 4 years minimum. Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I've been sent that information, Wayne, so I'm going to have a look at that. One of my moderators has put it in the chat. Is it the 50? She's 50.
Rose, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 143 and 144. And I'm just going to ask that you look at those in turn.
That is something that we'll start looking at. Cover. And
144
not
is a photo of that Samsung A01 cell phone, and the other is the packaging, evidence packaging that I put that cell phone in.
You say that you
get that information and start looking and posting some
Yes,
stuff
I
on
recognize
there. I'll put her alert
Yes,
out
they
on
are.
my stories to start with, while we dig into more information on her and
The
that
ID is
situation.
stricken. They're entered as full
And
exhibits. So
sadly,
they may be
because
published.
the older they are, people, a lot of people don't pay much attention because they just automatically go to she's a runaway, or she's
I later provided it to our cybercrime detective, Lou Crosby,
I will pop that information out on
so he could
the
perform
other
cell phone data
person that's
extraction on it.
missing. I will also post a press conference. We will press on with Harmony Montgomery tomorrow, and obviously just keep your eyes peeled because as I get information on
Did you receive consent from
stuff, I will
Go
bring
ATM to
that
perform to take
to you
items and to
guys.
search them?
Yes, before that was done, I did contact
yourself,
Go ATM, and they
heavy,
gave us clear permission
have a nice
to
warm
do
drink.
what we needed with the devices as it
It's
pertained to the
something
investigation,
to
which included a data
take
extraction.
mind off it.
With respect to this
It's a bit
transaction,
heavy and very sad.
what is the next step in your investigation?
And inbox.
Well, we had a
chat back
photo of the
and forth.
person who conducted the Go ATM transaction. So
And I will
next we wanted to see if we could obtain
tomorrow.
video from Walmart.
You take care, guys.
Why did you want
You will.
To see who possibly Kelsey was with when these transactions were conducted.
What steps did you take to obtain that footage?
I contacted the asset protection officer at Walmart, Mike Doby, and requested the surveillance video footage.
And did you obtain it?
I did.
And I think you mentioned this, but you interacted with Michael Doby.
I did.
And similar to the cell phone that we just discussed.
I did, and that evidence number is ABR2.
Good afternoon. I have no questions.
May I sit down?
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Lou Crosby. Stand. Thank you, sir.
Hi there, friends. So I am just bringing you the update for those that do not know, or for those that were live that wanted to see the press conference for Audrey Cunningham. Obviously, this is not the news that
And spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Louis Krozak, LOUISKRAWCZYK.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
About 23 years.
23 years?
Yes.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Standards, Police Standards and Training Academy?
Yes.
And do you remember your academy class number? 131. With regards to the time that you've been working at the Manchester Police Department, can you describe for us, please, a couple of the different positions that you've had and the different sorts of duties you've had at that time?
I started as a dispatcher. In 2003, I became a police officer, and I worked patrol for
I
about
go
12
into
years.
quite a bit of depth.
I then became a detective,
You know,
worked general cases, investigations, and moved to cybercrimes in like
Right,
2017.
2017. And are you still working cybercrimes to this day?
Yes.
And working in that particular unit or division, how are those duties different from necessarily other detectives that might be working juvenile crimes or domestic violence crimes or general adult crimes?
I mostly work with evidence for other cases that other detectives
obviously they
are
have
working on. So I specialize in digital
people
evidence, phones,
in
computers,
the county jail at the
Can you
moment.
talk a little bit and explain to the jury what is some of the training that you've had to go through in order to be able to work in this unit and do the type of work with electronics that you do on an everyday basis?
I've had a lot of different trainings through the Secret Service, Homeland Security. I've had trainings through some of
get
the
more
companies that make the
information
equipment that we use,
and so you can watch
including
what
Celebrate,
happens
Magnet,
during the presser. I'm going to share that with you
and I've done
now.
some of their certification
And
programs.
then there will
The
be
trainings that you take part in, do these sometimes happen
and then
almost on a
obviously
yearly basis to keep up to date with your procedures?
side.
Yes,
So I will
And as part of your trainings and part of your work, I should say overall, let's just say work, do you do data extractions from cell phones?
So that was part one.
Over the years, about how many different cell phone extractions would you say you've done?
part
I
two.
didn't count, but probably close to 1,000.
Obviously, at the end of part two,
Can you talk to us a little bit with regards to when extracting
so it's
information from a cell phone
holding on
about the
and
term an IMEI? What does IMEI stand for?
into
I hate
the
acronyms, but it
situation
stands for
how they
International
found
Mobile Phone
her,
Identifier. That's basically a serial number.
some of the information.
Like a serial number?
There was some.
So I guess like a serial number, is it unique to a brand of phone or is it unique
And there's
to
things at this
a
point.
handset, a phone itself?
It's the specific phone.
So
That's how the
I will
company
see you
identifies that
guys
phone.
in part.
In connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery, did you extract data from a cell phone provided by Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa, labeled evidence item ABR4, a black Samsung cell phone with an IMEI number of 352-082-509-319-804?
Yes.
And generally, how are data extractions conducted from a phone? So if I were to bring my phone into you and say, I need you to go ahead and extract it, how do you go about doing that?
We have physical tools and software to copy the data off the phones, and it varies. All phones are different, and there's different operating systems, so it varies slightly, but usually it involves some specified equipment.
With respect to the extraction from this phone, this ABR4 cell phone, how did you do that one? How did that proceed?
We have a tool called the Gray Key.
Gray Key. Is that a software or is that hardware?
Friends.
It's hardware.
So this is part two
how does that work?
of the press conference that was held with the Polk County Sheriff's Department, and obviously with the
Is that software generally accepted and utilized by law enforcement agencies
the
across the country?
case, the location,
And were you able to extract data from
and
that
then
cell phone, from that
the
ABR4
obviously
cell phone?
in part two, you
What was done with the data that you extracted from that phone?
from the
We have a software program that interprets the data to organize it so that you can look through it.
And did you save that data into evidence?
Yes.
Hi,
Do you remember what evidence item you gave to it? It's my understanding that detectives typically use their initials to put into something into evidence. What would this have been called?
I believe it was LJK5.
LJK5 being your initials, right?
her body in
Does that data extraction process also place the extracted data into a searchable format so that you can just look through with a user account and find different identifying information on
and
it?
like I said in the last video,
And
if
one key thing I want to ask, the extraction that you do, does that actually change or put any data on the phone? Or does it simply copy the data that's on the phone into the searchable
they
format?
asked some very good questions.
It has to,
Some
sometimes
of
it has
them
to
they
put a
didn't
client on the
answer
phone,
for
but it won't alter
obvious
the user's
reasons
data at
because
all.
it is an ongoing
And will it alter the information such as
investigation.
messages sent to and from,
I
or
am going to
list
play
of contacts,
back
or
now part
photographs that
two.
are on there, videos that are on there, music that's on
Then
there, anything like
we'll
that?
see you on the other side.
Were photos of the phone and
So
the
guys,
envelope it came
let
in
me know
taken
what
as part of your
thoughts
extraction
on
process?
this case. Please don't hurt me.
I'd like to go ahead and direct your attention from the screen for what's already been marked as a full exhibit, states exhibit
situation and the
143.
person that
If you
actually
could please,
hurt
what's this a photograph of generally?
needs to be dealt
That's how we
with
package.
officially.
And I'd like to go ahead and look a little bit closer at the label. Do you recognize that zoom in as the label on that envelope?
Start blaming
And with
family
regards to
members.
it, what's the
track
label that's been given for this cell
actually
phone? What are the
put their
initials that
hands
came,
on
the evidence initials that came with this one?
and did what
ABR4.
the rest.
Separate from that, I'd like to also go ahead and show what's been marked as States Exhibit 144. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Whether she was looked
And what is it?
after will follow. So
there are two white rectangles that I see on the screen here. Are those labels?
comment back. I
And
do.
are those labels that you put on?
So please do leave your feedback.
I'd like to go ahead and focus in on the label on the bottom, if I could, please, and we'll zoom in here.
Just be respectful.
Is this
and
that same ABR4 phone that you
you
downloaded?
drop me a follow if you're not
And
following
with regards to that, could you read the IMEI number for us, please?
on a regular basis when we get all the information and stuff. So if you're not following, don't miss out on updates. Drop me a follow, and obviously the other cases.
We're just going to have you look at actual States
About
Exhibit
will
143
also
and
get notification of.
I just want to have you go ahead and compare it to the
We do that. I appreciate that so much. But that is it, guys. Obviously, you
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to 143. Same question. Other than the fact that what's on the screen, I'm using color and what's black and white. Any other changes or changes between those?
No.
Did you look at some of the data that came off of the cell phone yourself?
Yes.
And did the data extraction process that you went through, did that also provide information as to whether or not a Facebook Messenger account was once logged onto the phone and accessed on the phone?
It did.
Can cell phones that have been deleted still hold on to relevant information on them for investigations?
Yes.
How is that?
There's a couple different ways. For an older phone, you can access the deleted space on a phone. If you delete something, you're basically telling the phone that it can use that space again, but it doesn't remove anything that's there. And then on a newer phone, a lot of times information is stored in a database, and similar to the way that the drive on the phone works, you're just telling the database it's okay to use this spot. You're not actually deleting the stuff on the spot until something new has to be written.
I imagine most jurors are familiar with the phrase Facebook or Facebook Messenger, but for those who are not, can you just explain to us what is Facebook and what is the Facebook Messenger service?
Facebook is a social media app, so people can post things publicly or to a private group. Messenger is their messaging app that's associated with Facebook. There used to be one app, but I think they separated into two different apps. Basically similar to text messages, you can send and receive messages to people.
How do you identify one Facebook Messenger account from another?
Facebook uses either a unique name or often now it's a number, an identifying number.
Returning back to the data that was extracted from this cell phone that we see up on the screen, ABR4, were you able to see whether a Facebook Messenger account with the account number of 1-0000900-788-5803 was once logged onto that phone or accessed from that phone?
It was.
And how do you look into a user account extracted from the phone for the Facebook?
First, the software will usually identify it. It looks through the Facebook files from the application, and then I manually look at the files that it looked out to confirm that the software is accurate.
So that particular account that I read out before, and I'll be clear about it, it's 1-40900-788-5803. Was that Facebook account once logged into this phone that you searched?
Yes.
And you found evidence of that on this phone, is that correct? I'd like to now show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 11, the full exhibit. And here I'm on page 2 of that exhibit. Let me ask just generally, do you recognize this exhibit at all?
Not this specific.
Do you know of any individual by the name of Matt Gendron?
I do not.
I'd like to zoom in here at the very top of the screen. Could you please read for us what the Facebook account is for this message thread involved?
This is 1-000-900-788-5803.
Thank you. And also on this particular exhibit, and is that highlighted appropriately with the yellow circle, the Facebook account that you just read?
Yes.
And the message that you see on this particular screen, starting on the very first one, can you read for us the date and time of that first message?
12/8/2019.
And what's the message?
Hey, need help ASAP. Need to jump and jumper cables ASAP.
And can you please read the date and time in the next two messages?
12/8/2019, 12:58 a.m.
And what are the two messages there?
I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died.
Did you say my car died?
Yes.
My car.
I'm just going to have you look at that just for a quick moment. I don't suppose you know who Travis Beach is? I don't know. I know the name, but I don't know anymore. Don't know the person? No. With regards to this particular exhibit, the same number that you got out of the Facebook account that you found on ABR, also the number that you read out a moment ago on the screen, going to the message to Matt Gendron. Do you see that same 1-000-900-788-5803 number on that particular exhibit? I do. And that particular, the message is going back and forth. Does that person appear to be communicating with Travis Beach from Facebook? It appears so, yes. And can I just ask you a quick question, Detective? In regards to the time that's indicated on this particular exhibit, I'm going to take it down here. Do you see that it says UTC there? Yes. Okay. Could you just answer for us here in regards to UTC? What is UTC? It's Universal Time Code. It's a way that everybody knows what time we're talking about without having different time zones. So if I say 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock is a different time in California. So 8 o'clock is always 8 o'clock in UTC. Does it work like time zones in terms of if it's currently 2 o'clock here, then I've got to think, well, what time is it in California? I have to go back 3 hours, so it must be 11 o'clock. Is that work also from where we are here in the Eastern time zone versus UTC? Is there a difference between the two? Yes, every time zone is just an offset of UTC time.
So what is the offset for where we are now? What's the offset of that for?
It's
And
minus.
specifically, I'm sorry, I should be more specific. During the winter, when we're in Eastern Standard Time, as compared to the spring, when we spring ahead to Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
You got me because I always mix it up off the top of my head, but it's either 4 or 5 hours minus.
Does it fluctuate back and forth between those two based upon the time of year?
Yes.
Let me just have a moment, please, Ron. So, just to clarify, then, Detective, between 4 or 5 hours, depending on the time of year, that's the difference between where we are now, Eastern Standard Time, and UTC.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, sir. I believe the defense counsel may have a few.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery, and I just want to get a quick clarification on something. The state talked with you about a phone. ABR4 is what it's labeled. And the state talked about how there is a Facebook account that was accessed on that phone. Do you understand thus far?
Yes.
Great. So the state then showed messages or Facebook Messenger exchanges from that account. One involved an exchange with a Matthew Gendron. The other involved an exchange with Travis Beach. Do you follow me thus far?
Yes.
Okay. So, but what is not shown is that those messages were physically typed from that phone. Correct? That's not what the evidence shows.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
Sure. The evidence does not show that those messages were actually made from that specific phone, ABR4, correct?
Okay. I did not review the messages themselves. I reviewed the account.
Okay. So all that's shown is that the account that had those exchanges was accessed on ABR4.
That's what I reviewed, yes.
Great. Thank you.
So you found out that phone was logged into that account.
Yes.
And that was all sitting on the deleted space? The deleted space on the phone? No longer there on the phone defining it as deleted space?
The files that show the account were not deleted, but I don't recall whether the account was actually deleted from the phone. But the files were not. They were resident on the phone. Yes.
So you can see.
Yes.
And this was the phone that was ABR4. Do you know where Detective Bergeron knows it got it from? Or?
Yes, I believe he got it from Eco ATM.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Any objection? Well, this is excused.
Excuse me. The state calls Craig Stans, Officer Craig Stans. You can remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and blessings? I do. You have a seat.
Thank you. Thank you. When you're ready, if you can just begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Yep, my name is Craig Stanzel. First is Craig, last is Stanzel, Stanzel.
And I've called you Officer Stanzel, but can you tell these jurors how you're presently employed?
Yep, I'm currently a juvenile detective with the Manchester Police Department.
So Detective Stanzel.
Correct.
What's your current duties or role and assignment as a detective with the Juvenile Division of the Manchester Police Department?
Currently, I'm a school resource officer at Memorial High School, and when school's not in, I'm a patrol officer.
What is a school resource officer?
Officer at the school. We oversee school safety, and we try and bridge that gap between police and youth.
And you said you also do patrol when school's out.
Correct.
What does patrol look like for you?
Patrol is typical police duties, whatever calls for service might come in, car accidents, domestic incidents, also proactive police work, car stops, things like that.
And how long detective?
I became a detective in September of 22. Correct.
Have you held any other roles
Well, during your time at the Manchester Police Department?
Yep, I started off as a patrol officer.
Were you working patrol back in December of 2021?
I was.
And let me back up for just a moment. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
I believe it was April of 2020.
Do you remember what class that was?
181.
181?
Correct.
Back in December of 2021, what shift did you work for the police department?
I was working day shift.
What do those hours look like?
7 to 3. 7 to 3:30.
7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.?
Correct.
And back then, in December of 21, what would happen at the start of each of your shifts?
At the beginning of every shift, we have a roll call with either the sergeant, lieutenant of the day, along with all the patrol officers going on shift.
You said that's at the beginning of your shift?
Correct.
About how many officers typically participated in those?
However many are on duty that day, 15, 20.
And you called it a roll call. What's the purpose of the roll call?
Multi-purpose. We do a systems check. We make sure all our gear is working properly. We'll go over any high priority incidents that may have happened recently, officer safety issues, and sort of things to be on the lookout for.
When you say be on the lookout for, do you talk about people to be on the lookout for?
Sometimes, yes.
Is there an acronym that goes along with that, BOLO, for example?
Yes, BOLO.
Be on the lookout for, do those apply to adults as well as children?
Yes.
I want to switch gears. I want to talk about your involvement as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on a case involving missing child Randy Montgomery. Are you familiar with that individual?
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell these jurors your role, just generally your role of participation in that investigation?
Yes. Back in December of that year, I located the vehicle in which he was occupied.
When you say the vehicle in which he was occupied, who's the he that you're referring to?
Adam Montgomery.
And let's break that down. When did you begin looking for Adam Montgomery?
That morning, be on the lookout was issued during roll call for a blue Pontiac with Maine plates that he was associated to. Adam Montgomery.
And I want to fast forward just a bit, but did you locate Adam Montgomery that day?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? So Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this image?
I do.
And who do you know this individual to be?
Adam Montgomery.
You remember the vehicle you mentioned, the Pontiac with Maine registration?
Yes.
Do you remember the individual in the back?
I don't recall the name. I do recall that it was related to Adam's current girlfriend of the time. I believe it was one of her relatives' vehicles.
Does the name Douglas Small stand out to you?
Yes.
Was that the individual who that vehicle was registered to?
Yes.
And if at any time during this discussion you need to review your report, let me know and I can give it to you. But that name sounds familiar. That's the individual whose vehicle you were searching for that day.
Yes.
Walk us through the course of that morning for you, the meeting, the roll call that you discussed, to finding what did you do? What were steps that you took to find him?
So that particular day, my assigned route was Route 11, which is a west side route. I started the morning by checking local area hotels, hotel parking lots for that vehicle. I believe I checked the Econo Lodge and one other hotel on the west side and did not locate the vehicle. I then went to a parking lot where sometimes unhoused people sleep in their cars, and that's where I noticed the vehicle with the Maine registration.
What was the purpose of finding? What was your purpose of finding the defendant that day?
So the be on the lookout was issued during the roll call to locate Adam Montgomery in the hopes of locating his daughter Harmony, who family members hadn't seen for approximately 2 years.
2 years.
Once again, you guys do run on a speculation.
Generally, when you're responding, surveillance footage of your person.
Yes, we're equipped with body cameras.
And is that typical of each of your shifts as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Body cam footage. Who's that issued by?
I'm sorry.
Your surveillance footage, the body cam footage that you wear. Who gives it to you? You get it from the police department. You get it yourself.
The camera? The camera is issued by the police department. Correct.
Do you have occasion, in your experience, to review that footage?
Yes.
And in your prior review of body cam footage that you gather during the course of your time in patrol, is that the footage that's taken at the same time as the events that you're perceiving?
Correct.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
And that recording, does it capture the events as they occur to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
So turning to December 31st of 2021, you were looking for the defendant, you said?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam
I was.
at that time?
I was.
And was it running?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review the relevant portion of that recording?
Yes.
May I approach you? The detective I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 142. I'm just going to ask that you look at that. What is that, Adam?
USB card.
Okay. Have you seen it before?
I have.
Is there something attached to it?
Yep.
You recognize the writing on the attachment?
I do.
And what is written there?
My initials.
Did you initial that?
I did.
And was that after having reviewed the portion of the writing?
Yes.
Turner, I need to strike that use.
It can be, the ID is stricken, it is entered as a full exhibit, it can be published to the jury.
I think, honey.